Well, welcome back to New Orleans as we get ready to kick off the racing action here in Micro Swift, presented by Arcane Motorsports. And this one already underway with our Micro Swift drivers. Dusty Strayer is up at the front, Shep Sullivan, and then down to Bodie Byer. The rest of the field single file line. And this is, again, great to be back here at NOLA Motorsports Park for the second round of the Texas Pro Racing Series Championship here. This one already just getting ready to go underway. And yeah, they need to slow down massively to get this one kicked off. I don't see how this one, and it does get the green flag. So Dusty Strayer going to lead this field to green at a very fast pace here. Justin's back to Shep and a couple more. That being said, this one is green. Myself, Caleb Vieska, as always, here at the Texas Racing Series, alongside this weekend, Justin Prince, joining us for all the racing action, all the coverage on what's a quad header. Very busy for us here on the Kart Chaser platform. And it's great to be back for the opening round. First bit of racing underway here in New Orleans.
Starting off pretty solidly here with Strayer, already with the advantage to begin things off. Remember, when it comes to the micros and the minis, going to expect a lot of on-throttle. We expect that for the majority of the classes today. But Strayer right now already setting a solid tone to pull away the gap here. The clock continues to roll here past the first minute or so. First major pack gap to go all the way back to fourth or fifth position, essentially. That's how big the distance built up with how much the race leaders have been able to get such a boost off the initial jump.
And here's a look back just at that second pack with the likes of, looks like Hartford Ellis, the first one leading that second pack away. As well as Smith Adrian, Enzo Vizcaino in that second pack as well. Hayden Sampson finds himself just a little bit further back from that lead group. But Strayer leading this field away. We talked about how busy Dusty has been on the national side of things this weekend. Joining us here for the second round of this regional championship and putting himself up at the front. Shep Sullivan also having, again, we talk about that opening round a whole lot here. Justin, that's really the tone setter for this year on what's already putting us at the second round of it. But a lot of drivers learning from that first race of the year. How do you build? How do you improve here for the second round? Strayer won round number one, but Bo Wyatt put himself top of the championship points coming into this weekend. He's going to drop it as he's taken part of the Miami Grand Nationals. He was in the shootout last night in Micro Swift. Unfortunately, mechanical issues plagued him. But he is the championship points leader. That could change after this weekend. This would be his drop round.
Yeah, but Strayer in particular, remember, did have the momentum of last time out, as you referred to with the race, is he picked up some wins in terms of the winter warm-up in the Micro Swift, was competitive in the cadets, also in his other class for reference. He's also towards the top of the board of later on today, but has had a phenomenal national streak we were referring to during qualifying. Top 5 after all. One of the races in Arizona looked really good in the Winter Series with multiple podium finishes, including a win that led into things with TSRS, as we talked about. Momentum's been there for Strayer. It's just right now making sure it's sustained so far. But the main thing we're noticing here, even that major pack with the CRGs like Ellis and some of the others starting to really splinter, as your hardest charger, the 277, will go up to a +4 with this move to the inside. JJ to the inside.
JJ DeShong looking for a move into turn number 1 on Hartford Ellis. He's going to get it. And the MSO Racing CRG on the Kart CRG USA going back and forth here, changing position. So that's going to move JJ up one spot. The rest of the pack just right behind him finds Smith Adrian, Vizcaino, Vettel Baker, Cohen Scott, Hayden Sampson, and Holden Henson. Very young field here this weekend. We talked in length at round number 1 when I was out there for the opening of the championship with Hunter Bolton, our colleague, how this field and how Micro Swift, with the amount of drivers that moved up into Mini Swift, I would say all across the nation and throughout the region as well, has promoted new drivers, new faces who are maybe first-timers here in Texas Sprint Racing Series action. For them to break out, for them to learn, for them to come out here and be a part of something maybe bigger than what they're used to, right? Being local to their club races and now being a part of what's a 3-day race, probably on a Friday, Saturday, and then racing on the Sunday. This gets them ready, right, for what's the next step. And this is the next step for a lot of them where they can learn. For these 3, maybe a little advanced, if you will, doing a little bit more national racing than the rest of the field. And you're seeing the separation. Byer doing a great job there in 3rd, with Sullivan still in 2nd, and Dusty Strayer leading this field away. These 3 will be the ones to watch. And this track also, we talk about how this racing, how this track promotes some of the racing. It does have great passing opportunities, but you really need to be perfect throughout the entirety of the lap to put yourself in the position to make moves.
Especially with how much it's all about how much you're able to sustain momentum and speed around you. Absolutely. That's why we've seen Strayer so far be able to build up such advantages, it seems, for that long back straightaway. A couple of the competitors before today's qualifying sessions emphasized that run up through 13 and 14 especially to have chances. Look at Byer looking to the inside of Sullivan. Looks to make it stick. Does take it away up through 15. Pass is done by the world's ramp, and just like that, it's a new driver in 2nd. All well, Strayer holds on. The main thing to me in that conversation point, by the way, in terms of drivers moving up, though, remember Vettel Baker last year in terms of his speed? He's one of the drivers marred in the mid-pack. He was a contender for every race in Kid Kart last year.
Yeah, very good point. Again, a lot of these kiddos, we've seen them grow up through these ranks, right? You know, I always look back to, you know, that Kid Kart class especially. It's one of my favorite ones to watch because as the years go on, you see them grow, you see them learn, you see them improve as well. Dusty Strayer was one of the kids who was very, very good in Kid Kart just about, I should say, it's 3 years ago now, and that's crazy to say that it was almost 3 years ago to when we saw Dusty take part of those races. And then last year he was full-time within the cadet ranks, and it was a progression, slowly but surely, just getting better, learning a little more, learning the tracks you're going to. And then this year, you're starting to see him kind of break out of the shell, right? Learning more and making moves. The same thing with Bodie Byer. He's been at it for a good bit, and he's looking for a move here. He's going to get it. Strayer going to respond right back into turn 16. He's through, and that's smart. That's exactly what you got to do, right? You get past, you got to go back on them. 2 laps to go this time by this race, getting ready to close. They go by quick. Only really just about 8 laps is what these drivers have. With how long the lap time is here, you need to be on it from the get-go. 6 minutes plus 2 laps. Very, very quick turnarounds throughout the day as Sullivan looks to set up a move here on Byer.
Still looking to try and find a way to retake 2nd, absolutely. Mind you, with this race, going to look more towards 7 because I noticed with this classification in the Triple Sixes, we may only get 7 or 8. It might go to 8 or 9 with the KA engine package here today because those drivers are going upwards as an additional 9 seconds today.
Yeah, it's all going to depend, and we're going to find out later on today. This layout, very similar to the one that we ran last year, I think the exact same. And it was the topic of conversation throughout the day as well, how quickly these turnarounds are. But already Byer looking to go back. Turn 15, 14, sorry. Does he get it? He does. Strayer, no response this time in 16, and smartly enough, Byer's going to cover low. That's going to wash him out wide. Coming across the line, white flag in the air. Sullivan and goes to the bottom. Looking to go lower than Byer. Not there, and Strayer looking to cross up for the lead. 2 for 1, Dusty Strayer to the point.
Strayer able to get the lower line, make it stick, make the pass on both of them. Exactly what he needs to do to take advantage of a run. Now Strayer will have to keep in mind on the need for defense because it's pretty clear those runs up from 14 up to the world's ramp going to set up opportunities, and Strayer needs to run away like he is through this middle sector.
And this is a massive gap here for Dusty Strayer as this one's getting ready to come to a close. About 3 car lengths, the gap that Byer needs to make up, and you saw how much that move affected Shep Sullivan. He's back and pretty much out of it here. Third's going to be all he's got left in it. but we'll see, and we're about to find out what this weekend's gonna give us as far as the tow goes, as far as the draft goes. Strayer with a big lead, looking to hold on to it, and Byer's just gonna draft right up to his rear bumper. Another move, turn 15, not there for Byer, and Dusty Strayer holds on, surprises them, 2 for 1 in a turn 1. He wins heat number 1. What a drive out of Dusty Strayer, and what a finish for Bodie Byer. As Shep Sullivan coming to the line, he's taking a little bit longer than he maybe should have. And he's not crossing the line. I'm not sure if he came into the pits.
I think he might have had an off track going into the 14 in the backdrop and all of that. I think there was definitely an issue for Sullivan on that last lap. That's why he's now falling down our pylon.
No, he pulled in early. Shep
Wow.
Sullivan. It was a white flag, not the checkered, and you saw he's confused there, but luckily for this kid, he's got 2 more left on the weekend where he could recover. Unfortunate there for Shep, but for the rest of the pack, Dusty Strayer puts himself top of the heap here, winning heat race number 1 in a micro swift presented by Arcane Motorsports. And also a good run for Bodie Byer, challenged them the entire way through, but Strayer always had a response. Mini Swift coming up next.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach. And today, I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now, this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
All set to go once again as the Mini Swifts are now on the racetrack as we begin to see where they shape up our first heat of the afternoon. These competitors look to see just how much they're willing to fly around this racetrack. I'm Justin Prince, Caleb Viesco alongside as we get all set to go. As they double up here, race number 2 of the day should be pretty entertaining.
Yeah, the first one for the micros was a bit quick. The minis, a little older division, showing these boys how it's done. As Stoffel getting ready to lead them to the green with Samuel Chavarri starting alongside him. Steves and Moore taking part of this field here this weekend. But second race of the day, the Mini Swifts presented by the AR Academy. Green flag in the air, we're underway, and it's a good start for the inside. Stoffel gets clear, a couple of more side by side, challenging for the lead goes Steves, and Stoffel able to come out ahead. The rest of the worst ones further back start to fan out.
Yeah, it seemed like Santos in particular had a hardy cut across his teammate, mind you, to get to the inside line in the first place. You have to be off those starts fairly aggressive without risking contact. If you want to get yourself to the front, Caleb, it's so critical to make sure you stay in touch with this 129 company.
Yeah, we saw how big the gap for Brody Stoffel was earlier on today. It was almost at a second here, Justin, that Stoffel was able to put up against the rest of the field. But this draft, we saw it was a very alarming closing rate at the end of it, where Bodie Beyer just wanted to have an attempt for the lead, couldn't get it, and it stayed with Dusty Strayer. But these top two, they're going to stay right there. And again, while there is a big drafting opportunity on this racetrack, there is still a lot of very technical corners and technical sections that keep everybody, you know, it allows them to spread out a little bit, but it also closes it right on down whenever you get to that back straightaway. And the important part is just to be that much better than the rest of the field. If you are in the lead, to take that factor of the draft on that back straightaway, just take it away, put it to the side, make sure nobody, leave no question really.
Exactly. You want to be able to, at least to me, if you want to win at a track like this, even when it's a drafting circuit per se with the longer straights, if you aren't good in the corners, then it doesn't even matter with the draft, because the draft can only help you so much. Oh, a bit of a water pickup that time for the 157. Nearly spun the karts out. Some of these dry parts of the racetrack still not fully dry, and a couple of these competitors being caught off guard with those curbing areas on the runoff.
Yeah, we talked about the standing water throughout the morning as well whenever we were live for the qualifying session. That was one of the first things we touched upon of how the NOLA Motorsports Park officials were out here blowing some of that water off the racetrack, and still there's just that very little bit that could catch somebody off guard out there. And it's just a matter of tiptoeing whenever you work your way by. This time, we see how they stack up. Steves is out there at the front. As now Chivalry looking for a move on Polo Santos. Not going to work. Tayo Olisa is right behind him, and Jaden Jolivet. Tyler Blackwood in 7th. Hard charger in this one. That half spin in qualifying put him on the back foot. And now the kid who we saw with a couple of wins to his name last year in Micro Swift work his way through this field. Already up 4 spots, able to get by on White, Sebastian Sampson, Landry Bridges, and Benson Hanberg.
Good charges so far, but we'll say in the midst of this, Steves again doing solid. Last time he was on the racetrack was with Moto Competition TKL. In fact, was in the top half of the field there. Of course, though, got the win in the 206 Cadets in terms of some of the various classes ran in. So Steves definitely knows what it feels like in terms of his contenders, in terms of fighting up front. Speaking of fighting up front, you see more changes. There goes some more moves as Blackwood is flying through this pack quickly.
Yeah, this pack's already moving through. As we look at this second group here, Justin, single file line. You see how close they are. Santos, Chivalry, Blackwood, and then Olisa, who was just passed by the Bennick. We'll see what Blackwood's gonna do. His pace is right on par with the leaders here. 109.7, he's maybe missing a little bit, if you will, but still he's having to work his way through the traffic after the qualifying session didn't go his way. And again, Blackwood's gonna have to do that every single heat race. There's 3 of them. After the qualifying, you stay stagnant. And that's what makes the qualifying session so important here on the Saturday. To get things started, you need to be fast in qualifying. You can't afford a mistake like that, especially in the biggest fields, right? This one, again, you have 11 drivers to work your way through, but when you look at the KA seniors, maybe the 206 seniors or the KA juniors, whenever you have those 20-plus classes, that's a lot of cars to work your way through.
It causes a lot of calamity, if you will. But look at this again. Blackwood 3 wide down the straightaway. One of the most consistent karts on track. Now looks to go back and forth with Santos. That move didn't stick. A little bit too shallow and too aggressive on the send. And now he's going to have to reset again.
Gutsy move there out of Tyler Blackwood to put his Bennick lower than the 2 Orsolons. And look at Blackwood on the inside. What a move out of Tyler to put himself clear on Polo Santos. That was going into turn 5, and then out of 6, Santos is going to get him right by. And now into 8, Santos leads this group once again. What a battle here. Just in this second back, and Tyler Blackwood now looking for the inside in a 10. He's got it.
Took a few moments, but finally able to clear, and as we both know, you have to be able to hit the right apexes, and Blackwood had a couple of compromised lines initially that cost him the chance to hold on firmly. Now, here's the tough part. The next card is 3-4 seconds up. That's out of the way. Now, if you're Blackwood, you have to play defense here, as we're already coming up towards 6 minutes and the next 10 seconds on the clock.
Well, I think differently here, Justin, right? Just keep your head down. Let them fight behind you. This is exactly what you want to see if you're the driver of the Bennick. Let Sam and Polo go at it here right behind you. And you go, run away, put your head down, put in some laps. That's what you got to do here, right? You've been working through this field. You know you're maybe that little bit faster. Now show that speed. You're leading the group. What do you have out in front? Able to stretch his legs a little bit, if you will, and try and run away from the rest of this field. Update up front, not missing much for those of you at home. Marshall Steves and Brody Stoffel still ahead of this field by a good margin, about a second and a half. Stoffel has had the upper hand as far as pace goes on Steves, which has granted him to, again, put himself just over a second away from the high-five Texas machine of Steves.
Yeah, I was just looking in terms of some of the consistency rates, too, here in the midst of all this, by the way. Right now, Stoffel, that race leader with a couple laps to work with. Near 100% consistency rate for the time and scoring analytical metrics through Race Select so far. Kind of showcases why that's been hard to reach. Compare that to some of the others like Santos and company, it's down to 99%. It's 0.8%, yes, but it shows the difference in what we've seen lap to lap in terms of pace has been so important, where if you want to win, you have to be really dialed in terms of how even the little differences in lap time can go. And even if you slow up on time, it better be consistent compared to some of the others.
That's the key. That's the goal, right? Consistency. Whenever you talk about races like this, where you're locked in a battle, you just got to pull away. Not much to it. And this is up front with Brody Stoffel, the 129, who has been dominant in the state of Texas for the last year in micro this year. Now with the move up to mini, looking to get himself a championship in the regional side of things. Seen this kid a whole lot throughout the year. And again, we talk about the kiddos moving up from Kid Kart and, you know, through the ranks. He was one of the ones that we've seen here consistently at the Texas Sprint Racing Series for a very, very long time. And I always look back to when I actually met the family at Speedsportz Racing Park, just pitted right next to them whenever I was still racing. And he was a kid karter, 4 years old, I think 5 years old. And even to this day, still out here racing, being a part and coming back to races like this. And it's cool to see those stories progress, right? I think about Dutch Westbrook a lot. Kimo Ahmad, one of the ones that we've seen throughout the years, move up through the ranks. And now we're seeing those new faces, those new stories come through. And again, you know, it seems like in a blink of an eye, we'll see these kiddos now racing, maybe even some of them professionally or in the senior ranks and junior. It's going to pass us by quick. These years, got to cherish them a little bit. I'm sure Stoffel's going to cherish this first heat race of the day. He's going to get it done. And AR Academy Mini Swift. Stoffel over Steves. And now Tyler Blackwood. What a drive for that young man. 8 spots gained. Had to work his way through the entire field to finish third. Then back to Polo Santos and Samuel Chavary. Aitayo, Lisa, Jolivet, White, Hamburg, Sampson, and Landry Bridges. Your 11 drivers here in Mini.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter.
Welcome back here as we get ready to go racing with the T4 Seniors, the Tillotson division, for its second weekend here after the integration of this field, of this package, at round number 1 at Speedsportz Racing Park. Spec Racing, always great to watch, and we'll see how they get along with this 16-turn layout here at NOLA Motorsports Park. Derek Wargo so fast in qualifying, Justin, to get things kicked off. He's getting ready to go green alongside Reagan Seville. Then you go to Davis Henry. And it looks like Doug Foxworth, I think the driver, getting ready to get this one kicked off from 4th. But already 2 great races from what we've seen. This place providing some great racing action. We saw that mid-pack Blackwood working his way through. This time, we'll see how the seniors get going. Wargo going to get ready to kick this one off on the inside with Seville on the outside.
Keeping it steady as they get their way to the tram lines, trying to make sure they don't overspeed this time. Looks like everyone's on the same page. Will they get the flag? They will. We're underway.
Wargo with a good start. Henry looking to go on Seville at the start. Wanted to follow the leader through. And that didn't work for him as the rest of the field stacked and packed here. 3rd back to 4th. Like Ted Norman getting his elbows out. Jonathan Graves is in there. Questo, that 2nd pack already starting to fight as Wargo and Seville going at it. Seville looking to go inside. He's through. Turn 6 out of 7. Now into 8. We're side by side on lap number 1.
How about some good battling? Absolutely here. Seville, though, trying to make sure there isn't any major mistakes going through 11, 12, 13 onward. Already, though, you'll see through a lot of these corners, it's so critical to be able to find a way to take that preferred line if you want a chance to set up. And right now, the run is there to go back and forth in the race lead group once again for the point.
Here we go, Derek Wargo to the inside of Reagan Seville, who's looking to hold on to it around the outside. Up and over the curb, Seville looking to hold on. Contact in between the leaders. Seville watched out wide. Wargo gets bogged down. And to the front, that looks to be the 5'11 there, who's now at the point of it all. And that's Eric Questo, who's worked his way through this field here, Justin.
Questo able to survive as a result of the carnage, absolutely. It was a tight situation in the first place. You normally, in a lot of cases, I think, don't see too much in the side-by-side of World's Ramp. That's sake. We've seen that. We've seen the cost by turn 16. If you don't clear, the race lead is on again. They'll switch again as a result of the run by Henry now. He gets moved up out of the way, too.
And here we go already. Again, another lead change. That looks to be the 5'19 there. And I think that might have been Ted Norman now, who's at the point of this field. Seville back into it. He's in 3rd. Henry to 2nd. This is an all-out brawl here, Justin. And again, I was expecting to see something very similar to this with the amount of names that have joined us here this weekend. More, drivers that are familiar to the Tillotson package out here in racing, and they're getting their elbows out to start things off.
They absolutely are. And right now, I think we're going to see a chance again. Look at Henry all over the rear end. Missed part of the bottom of the track, though. Just held back the 2nd pack. Going to see a few different drivers today have to think about where these moves come from. There's Seville up the inside for good measure to take away the spot. So once again, It's about finding the spots, as we know, Caleb, and with these karts, they're going to go side by side again.
Seville going right back, and they're still side by side. Henry now looking to follow. He's washed out wide. And now Wargo getting brought right back into it. He's up to 4th. But Seville, it took him a while to get back up there. My apologies. The leader there for a second was Luca Reina, and he's now shuffled back to 2nd in the 530. Here goes Wargo. Looking to go on Questo. Inside, clear. And again, just barely able to get by. Hook and bumpers.
Just getting more and more argy-bargy, I think, is what you can kind of describe. But one of the main things, too, is now as things continue to solidify is I think Seville, based on his experience, might be one of the better drivers in terms of being able to show experience at tracks like this in the field. And we'll have to find out that experience comes in. Look at how much the distance is built. First time we've seen any of the leaders break away today, and this time by was a full second faster than everybody else. Does that say confidence, or is that with just how much they're starting to scrap for second spot here, the gap built up there?
As they work their way through here, and again, this one just past the halfway point, I should say. 4 laps in. And now Reina looking to go by. He's the hard charger of this race. They're side by side. And now Wargo looking to go for a second into turn 7. He's clear. Just going back and forth the entire race here. This is one to watch here. This has got to be one of my favorite races that I've seen out here. Is Wargo now looking on the inside. Turn 10. He's got it. Another change for the lead. And further back, more movers looking to get themselves into the mix. You go back to Cuesta, who went by on Henry. And then behind him, you have Tristan Gonzalez, who's just hanging on to the coattails of these drivers. As now the backstretch, Seville looking to draft right up on Wargo. The gap's out of car length here.
The thing is, I don't think that's as safe because I was trying to make the point before of haven't seen a gap that big. Here he goes down with turn 1. It just seems like with turn 1, with the way people are approaching that, there's so much opportunity to gain the time back if the leader makes a mistake or you find the perfect groove where you don't run out too wide in that opening corner to set yourself up for the final few corners of Sector 1. Right now, Wargo and Seville seem to be really separating out, though, with that technical speed in the corners for now.
Well, you could have two different things, right, in this Tillotson division.
Yep.
One, you talk about how spec it is, and again, you're only really allowed to just tune on the chassis. Just very minimal changes what you can make. Get yourself comfortable. That's about it.
Yep.
Everything else that goes as far as speed, as far as finding advantages, that's the only other thing that you can't change. And with a track like this, you have to be really good in the seat and behind the wheel of understanding and giving the right feedback and implementing the right changes if you are going to make any, the very few that you can make. And it makes it important, right, of how you drive. It really makes it a driver's class to go out there, put in a good lap, and be consistent. And that's why you're going to see a lot of them maybe break away throughout this race if somebody makes a mistake. But you're going to see a lot of this as well. With the level of the field this weekend, you're going to see a lot of moves like this, a lot of racing like this. And it's great to watch at how, everybody's really even in level, going out there, driving, fighting, all out brawl to start this one off. And then towards the end, it's starting to get a little bit more tame with how this race has progressed. But if this is going to be the story in T4 Senior, this is going to be one of my favorite classes to keep an eye on here, Justin.
It definitely will with the driver talent that's here, absolutely. As one of the major things, too, we'll see who's able to continue to give the feedback. Look at that on front of Henry. Questo getting up in front again. They are not calming down whatsoever amongst this top 4 here. And this is going to be, I think, one of your intense battles for the rest of the heat races as things go on long run. All of these drivers are well on top of each other on average pace. We're seeing exactly that already with a few moments to go in this race.
Yeah, well, here we go. This is going to be the white flag. This one getting ready to draw to a close. And the group for third on back with Luca Reina, Henry, Questo, Gonzalez still nose to tail. Look at Henry going to the low side on Reina. He's clear. And Reina looking to answer. Not going to have the run just yet. Henry looking to cover. Nowhere to go for everybody else. And Questo looking to catch Reina by surprise. He does so. He's clear. And now Gonzalez looking to have a go on Reina.
Once again, trying to figure out where the best line is. And for now, though, I think Henry's got the advantage. But remember, there's a lot of chance for that pole as we touched upon. Look at the squiggles, though. Some more Sens right on behind. Also, they're battling for every spot left. Gonzalez gets shuffled for good measure. So right now, so important to make sure you don't make any major bobbles here, especially if you're, say, Henry. But right now, Wargo, he's running away to the promised land.
Derek Wargo, what a drive. Got shuffled back and took himself right back to the front. Derek Wargo going to win heat race number 1. And no surprise there, black and checkers in the air. This one provisional, and I think that might have been a penalty assessed to Derek Wargo, who shuffled down to 4th on the official timing and scoring. So that should hand it over to Reagan Seville in the 500. And that would promote Henry to 2nd to Questo. Wargo would finish 4th when it's all said and done.
Yeah, huge shuffle there, absolutely, with the bulletins and shows. Just, you cannot afford any major mistakes in terms of how you race, in terms of line, in terms of especially the physicality here. Just like that, one shuffle changes the complexion of a whole entire race.
Well, it's good to see the sun in the air and shining this weekend, finally, here at NOLA Motorsports Park. And coming up next, we go to our youngest division, the 206 Kid Karts, in a couple of moments.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes.
Well, engines are fired down on the grid, and the Kid Karts getting ready to go green. This one of the only standing starts that we have here, making sure everybody is able to get this one started in a timely manner as we look for the green flag into the start box. We go racing.
Great start for Maverick, Reddick and company as they make their way through. Reddick throughout the season, already looking steady so far on pace. Question is, will Maxwell, will everybody else be able to match on speed here today? That's the huge question, I think, on everybody's minds here.
This is, again, one of the ones to watch. Beckett Boudreaux has slotted himself up to second in the 95, then back to Maxwell, Brassard, Hollis, Chaparro, Sullivan, Baudouin, Salazar, Montez, Lorang, Bird, McCullum. The 12 drivers joining us here, the second round of racing action in New Orleans.
Again, as they drive around here, one of the major things that we're going to have to definitely watch for is waiting to see what lines. You can see already, for example, with the speed difference, not taking as big of a wider line, say in 13, 14. These karts, not as quick as some of the others, but you expect that with this age bracket. But also, that's going to mean more shallow lines can be taken like right here through 15 up to 16. You're able to flatline it more on the bottom. It's a lot more towards how much momentum you're able to maintain, possibly, Caleb.
It's really what this Kid Kart class is all about, right? Momentum throughout the entirety of this course. Just getting yourself by the fastest way possible without making a mistake. That's important. That's key around this place. As we look at that second group, Chaparro's right there in 12th. Baudouin's just right ahead of him in the 5th spot. Then Hollis and Salazar. We follow along here with what looks to be the 99 there of Maxwell. This is a battle for second on back. So Brassard's right there in 4th. And this is all a second behind Maverick Reddick, who's just running away with it to get this one started. And already difference in line there. Maxwell looked to have a look down low on Boudreaux. He didn't get it.
Boudreaux just currently doing a solid job, I will say, in terms of what we're seeing. Not playing overly defensive, just focusing on the marks, but also being cognizant of what's at stake with the runs with Maxwell. Look at Maxwell, though, alongside. Will there going to be a full pass here in the battle of the CRGs? It looks like Maxwell does have the line, though. Boudreaux going to be forced to reset as a result.
Yeah, just an upper hand there, right? Got a good exit, was able to keep it nice and tight out of the corner, and able to get himself clear of Beckett Boudreaux that time by whenever they went down to turn 15. And that's just a great way to get that one done, is now with a move looking maybe for Brassard. The door closes.
And remember, when it comes to some of these drivers, some of them have been busy when it comes to the Texas regionals, but some of them nationals. Take Maxwell, for example, one of the drivers we've seen CKNA Winter Nationals to start off the season at the 1st of January. Top half of the field back then in that Kid Kart race. Has also looked pretty solid in the heart of Texas Kart Club with those races with a couple wins. So been keeping busy in the club circuit, just trying to get as much opportunities as possible. Maxwell has done really solidly in this fight. Some of the others, though, see as you scatter about this field, just trying to figure out where they can gain. And we have contact. 2 drivers spin around.
That's the 21 of Salazar as well as the 97. Everybody making it through. And the 97 was Grayson Hollis, who gets collected there. Contact in between those 2 young drivers, just exiting turn number 10. Headed into turn 11 and 12, the very fast S's section, and just running out of room. This time by with a minute Just over a minute to go. Reddick's gap sits at 2+. Then back to Boudreau. Brassard and Baudouin, who's still in line. They're behind the 11. And then Chaparro comes by, who sits in 12th. But this is one of the closest battles that we have here. The battle for third with the 95 of Boudreau and the 11 of Brassard.
They've stayed pretty tight all this race, and at this point, what do you say on the tape afterwards with your respective crew members? This is one of the major things to see is where could you find things later? Right there, for example, the paint's still very slippery, in particular the rumble strips up through that run. Then in particular up through 8, 9, and 10. A lot of these drivers have to be so careful where they normally will run in a fully dry line compared to just how much those rumble strips are just slicky right now where there's still that water cooling up. And that's continuously been a problem here throughout the day. Now, to get back onto a different topic point here, look how much some of the drivers have really started to spread apart here amongst these Kid Karts, break away from the respective packs here. Outside of the one we've seen where you can just stare at your opponent down the entire straightaway at this point and say hello.
Yeah, that just happens right throughout the course of the race. Just get these drivers the gaps start to open up really and extend the way that they have. It's all just a matter of consistency. If you look at the live timing, courtesy of Race Select, you see the fastest 3-lap average currently goes to Maverick Reddick, a 1:31.1. And that shows you, right, over the course of this race, those 3/10 that he's been better than Anderson, Maxwell, and company, it's just, you know, it adds up to what the gap sits for now, to the 75. It's, again, the best lap for Maxwell, 1:31.2. He's really only at 2/10 off. But over the course of the race, it adds up here, Justin, and you're seeing it, right?
Yeah.
Those drivers that are even in lap time, you see Brassard, you see Boudreau, and you're seeing them just go back and forth throughout the race. As well, maybe I'm a little faster here, maybe, you know, Boudreau's a little faster throughout turn 12, and you'll just see this accordion effect for the majority of these races that we see, especially with how long this place is, right? You talk about these young kiddos, right? They're, again, maybe as young as 5 years old up to as old as 8, 7. And again, you have to focus out there for 16 laps, 6 minutes plus 2, going at about 45 mile an hour. And if you're, you know, if I was 6 years old, you know, 7 years old, I'd be thinking I'm going to Mach 1,000 going through this racetrack. So that being said, it's a lot that these kids take on, and a big credit for a lot of them that do come out here. And a good thing, just a matter of putting yourself in the top 5. Go home with one of the trophies this weekend. The podium this year extending back to 4th and 5th as well, with the size of the fields continuing to grow year after year, awarding maybe more, because the top 5 finish really is a great result. And the Texas Sprint Racing Series crew honoring that. And those trophies made out of wood this year. We saw them at Speedsportz Racing Park. We saw the trophy builder take to social media. Really cool concept that they have going on that some of these kiddos will be taking home with them, the top 5 to be exact.
It's really cool to see that with the trophies, absolutely, because you cherish that hardwood in terms of being able to put something in your trophy case. It's very tangible and really helps you showcase where you've been successful over the course of your racing career to add to that said trophy case. For Maverick Reddick, he's added a lot of trophies in his career already as a youngster. This race staying well in control here today by about 3 seconds. The Maverick Reddick show continuing on with some stellar pace in the 75 today.
This kid has been everywhere throughout this year in 2026. This weekend he's at NOLA, but in a familiar place back at the top with another win in heat race number 1. Across the line in second for Maxwell, Beckett Boudreau, Brassard, and Baudouin, your top 5 at the end of it all.
Dominant is what you can really say once again from Reddick. His pace stayed in the 1:31 1s and 2s just about the entire race. That's why that gap held the way it did over Maxwell and company. A strong race once again for Reddick.
uncontested through the entirety of it, with a great drive from Maverick Reddick. Maxwell with a little bit more to find. That being said, it's time to go back to full-size racing with the K100 Juniors in a couple of moments.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarrot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome back, everyone, to today's coverage here of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. We continue on with our coverage as KA Junior hits the racetrack for their first heat of the day. Take a look at that was the previous grid. Tyrone Kemper Jr. is the top driver for this upcoming grid over Nico Orbezo. Those drivers were separated by just under 0.2 of a second earlier on today in the qualifying session. You have Easton Cox and Mason Berry that also look pretty solid in pace with Alex Chandler and Jackson Baldus amongst your top 6 competitors coming up here for this respective grid. It's going to be an interesting fight once again to see where the KAs go. They do have a few more lift points compared to, say, a 206 around this racetrack. So in turn, Caleb, the key is how willing, how aggressively willing are you in terms of your battles here today?
We get ready to go racing here. Tyrone Kemper Jr. is a driver on the inside with Nico Orbezo on the outside. Easton Cox, then a Berry, and then back to Chandler, Jackson Baldus, and more. 20 plus have flocked here to the Bayou in New Orleans, Louisiana to take part of this KA100 junior field, the always exciting junior division. And the reigning champ, hometown kid Tyrone Kemper, getting ready to lead them to the green flag once again. Only heat race number 1, long weekend. First of 2 on the Saturday at a crawling pace. Tyrone Kemper Jr. takes us to the green.
Look at that jump on the outside. Orbezo immediately taking the race lead away. Got the better run on the outside, and Kemper Jr. got swarmed. Didn't get as great of a launch out of the tram lines, and we've already got more battling for the lead.
There goes Barry, Mason Barry going to the point, getting himself clear of Orbezo. That's a great move there out of Barry to get himself up to the front. But again, you saw the start of the race. That did not go the way Tyrone Kemper Jr. would have wanted. Put himself on the inside, but had this field at a crawling pace and just could really never get going. Bogged out of the start, which allowed Orbezo to just get the jump around the outside, put himself up to the front. As we look, Super B Braden Westfall puts himself right in the middle of it all, just on the edge of the top 10 in 9th.
Look already though, the front of the field still continuing on with some swamping. Barry electing to say, you want the run? Go ahead, take it. Run main, run pass with the run plate up at the front of the field, and just like that, the battles continue. Kemper Jr. able to get a response, and now can Kemper Jr. hold the line? He went a little bit too wide again.
And that run is very deceiving on the exit of turn number 1. That corner opens up a lot in comparison to the front stretch. It's a very wide arc that you have to take there to get a good run into the S's to go 2, 3, and then into 4, which is a very one of the tightest left-handers that we do have here on the circuit. But do not be surprised. We're going to see so many lead changes in turn number 15. These boys and girls are just going to go at it lap after lap, and you're going to see so many changes throughout it all. Like this, Baldus looking on the inside of turn 10. He's got himself clear for second.
Remember I talked about earlier, Baldus had a lot of confidence in the kart because it was quick in yesterday's raining conditions in practice, expected to carry over to today. Didn't really carry over in qualifying, but right now, Baldus showing great fire-off rule. What they've adjusted now with the fully.
Oh, no! Wyatt goes around. Barsh gets into the side of him, and a good number of them are able to get clear, but Wyatt spun the wrong way. Barsh got collected, and this race is going to end early for 2 of them, 2 of the rookies.
Wow, just once you take a glance, again, wrong way around in the middle of the corner. Never a great situation, Kelvin. That just obliterated the main pack by at least 20 car lengths between the top 4 and 5th.
Yeah, Wyatt was further back. It looked like they were on the edge, currently 16th and 17th. Or now that's where they find themselves, but they were running up at the front with that pack. They were just on the edge of the top 10, and both their races are gonna end early. Barsh looked like he wasn't able to get back going. I think Wyatt's just gonna put it on the asphalt to continue, try to avoid a DNF from it all. But up front, no change with the top 4. It's Cox to Barry to Baldus, and then Kemper Jr. in the lead. That was the order of 4th, up to 1st. And now a change for 3rd, maybe. Thought better of it. Easton Cox stays in line.
Just a couple minutes into the action, mind you, and for Kemper Jr., focus has just got to be on remaining calm, you'd have to think, in this situation. You know it's already intense for the battle for second. You know the run's going to come up in a way. If there's a run, why not just set it up the next time? That seems to be the type of way this is going. With some of the aggression, you've got a 4-car breakaway. You've got solid heat points in the line, regardless of how you think about it, as long as you don't, obviously, all of a sudden, make a major mistake here.
And here's his second group. Clayton Stiles is working his way through. He's looking to go on what I believe was Farfan there. And I think indeed, so they're just right behind Alex Chandler. That's group number 2.
Yep, right now at this point, those drivers in that group are going to have to just hope for a miracle to catch up for the most part. They're just thinking, what can they do in the next race in part, but also, can you do anything to find what you need to get feedback-wise, plan things out for heat number 2 for later on in the day when you know the temperatures still going to be pretty high for this racetrack, to say the very least. But as we come into the final minute or so, as you can see, Baldus has now found his way to the front after we looked away, and Kemper Jr. has lost a fair bit of ground with that, needs to find a way to chip away pretty quickly.
And Baldus put in a good lap, and it must have been with the pass. That's what held up Kemper Jr. ruined that run just a little bit. That number 1 plate is pinned on the side of that OTK for, this is now the 2nd year consecutively where he's going to run that number 1 plate. 2 years in a row he's won this championship. And now looking to make it 3. Maybe it wasn't the best start of the year that he would have wanted. Looking to recover as Barry aggressive line over the curb. He gets himself now closer to the back, and Baldus going to take him to the low side. Kemper looked to go. Baldus responded, and now Easton Cox around the outside, looking to get Kemper, looking to get Baldus. He's going to get them both. What a move out of Easton Cox, getting himself to the point.
Still not done yet, as once again, there goes Baldus getting shuffled in turn. It just seems like such a sensitive line area in one, where if you lose so much time with the side-by-side, you're going to get compromised. If you're able to carry the momentum, you're going to be able to capitalize. And right now, we've just seen that with that race lead. Kemper Jr., though, already looking hungry for the next major straightaway here, Caleb. At this point, you have to wonder what's going to go through the mind of Kemper Jr. Now you're back into offensive mode.
Yeah, you're back in offense, and now if you're Easton Cox, you've been in this attacking mindset for a good bit of this race. Now, really no response. He's looking over, and he sees 2 a lot faster than 1. That is just left stranded there. But now, luckily for him, Baldus is right behind him. Barry looking to get himself to the lead. And now with 2 to go, we're going to go 3 wide and a 1. Baldus looking to set up a crossover. He's got Barry looking to get Kemper now, side by side for the point. Kemper able to keep himself to the bottom, and Baldus left high and dry, nowhere to go. And now Cox looking to go for a second.
Wow, about that again, it's still not done. Kemper Jr. having to cover off the lines again, able to withstand the pressure for now. All of that sees Barry down to 3rd and Cox up to 2nd yet again. Going to take a moment to the next passing zone, but did you see that signal? Cox is already saying, I already want to plan things out here with you, Barry. Can we find a way to get around Kemper Jr. or get around the hometown kid?
And they got to be smart about it, because 2 more have joined this party. There's Alex Chandler. There's Clayton Stiles. They are just right there as Kemper looking over the shoulder, still looking. And again, just seeing where Cox is not going to have a run. This time to the line. Easton looking to rip the high side. Barry going to have a run to the line. Kemper Jr. is going to hold them off, or is going to have to for 1 more lap. As now Chandler looking to get himself into the mix. Barry washes out wide and into the marbles. He's back, and even more on their way. Farfan is coming, as well as Eddles, and I think Rodriguez and more. Westfall is actually the one who's right there. As now they're battling for 3rd. Chandler looking to get it. He does.
Some initially good setups. Got that opportunity up at the very front here for the final time around for Cox. But Kemper Jr. needs to build up a Menses run quickly. He already knows a couple of the drivers behind him and plotting and planning against him. Look how much Kemper Jr. closes in the middle of the technical areas in the shorter straightaway. Seems to eat up this gap quickly.
He's going to eat it up even more on the back straightaway, getting himself into turn 14. And a good exit is really necessary through there to get yourself a run and give yourself an opportunity at 15. Cox was passed here earlier on in this race. He's going to know better this time around. And now Kemper, no way by, looking to cross him up. Turn 16, has the nose down low. Cox not looking to give it to him, but he's going to get it. Easton Cox wins heat race number 1 over Kemper Jr. Chandler in 3rd, to Baldus, to Farfan, your top 5. What a race in KA Jr. Mason Berry to Braden Westfall, Emmett Eddles, Cruz Rodriguez, 6 spots gained to get himself up to 9th. And then Connor Rebus, Theo Mitchell, Amelia Gus Wonderley, they were about 4 wide coming to the line. So many of them in frame. To Johnson, LaGrape, Wyatt, who had issues. He's down in 15. Danica Smart, Tanner Barsh across the line in 17th. Didn't close this one off. He's going to come across as a DNF. Caden Smart looked like he wasn't able to finish either. I don't think Tanner going to close this one out. Clayton Stiles wasn't scoring, but he was out there. And Nico Urbezo falling off here. What happened to Nico Urbezo in this one? Only completed 1 lap, and that was it.
Yeah, went to the race late and immediately things fell apart, absolutely. So obviously, things spiraled instantly. In that circumstance, all you can do in the case of Arbezo is pick it up next race, try and build back up the points.
And that's a good point. Again, you got one more on the day, and you have Heat 3 tomorrow. Got to recover. Really essential. And again, we talk about how important it is in those big classes where you have 20 plus in frame. And 206 senior, 27 have joined us here.
Yeah, this is going to be a big field with Kart and Kilgo, of course, having the momentum for qualifying, but you throw in drivers like Jackson Young, going to be amongst some of these drivers coming up. You have Derek Wargo looking to carry momentum from earlier. Reagan Seville into the field. Bryce Frank down the order. Kelvin Zane in down the order. Going to have a lot of opportunities, I think, for some hard chargers coming up here amongst your 600 plates to see who's going to have the chance. And don't forget, Cameron Reed is also on track. Home race for the Reed Motorsports machines within 2 hours of this facility.
And they're making up the second row with Braden Domain on the inside, Cameron Reed on the outside. But Carter Kilgo, we talk about carrying momentum from qualifying, carrying momentum from Speedsportz Racing Park to start off round number 1 here, Justin. What a drive out of that kid. And again, that is the change. When those drivers get that first taste of victory, it changes a gear, right, mentally. When every time that you go out there on a racetrack, builds confidence, builds a whole lot of different things as well. To elevate you, to put yourself better than everybody else. That's exactly what, essentially, in theory, Speedsportz should do for Kilgo. And you saw, again, in qualifying, played that perfectly, put himself in a good position to get himself to the pole here for the 3 heat races. And when you look to back something up, that's the best way to start things off, putting yourself on the pole.
Absolutely. And to me, at least, I'm curious if you're different in this opinion. It's almost like a mental block that goes in where you think, I've got speed, but I really want to win. And you have come up so close so many times for X amount of times, eventually thinking it's going to happen again. But when it finally happens where you win the race instead of a second or a third, or you lose in the final moments, it just opens the floodgates. And we've seen that for a couple drivers in real world racing. Oh my goodness, how about this?
This is awesome.
This is impressive. How about some rock, paper, scissors while trying to get pushed back?
That's a good way to be in good spirits here. And I'm not sure what the score is at the moment. And I think both of them on the factory carts, that looks to be Caden Smart and Danica Smart. Related in some way or fashion. At least they're in good spirits. That's what matters. On the gator coming in. So that's what's been the hold up here before we get into 216. You're back to your point though. This is great. This is awesome. Back to your point. It does do a lot, right? Whenever you talk about the mentality wise, the next time you come out, it's again, whenever you put yourself time and time again in that position to be a winner, to become a winner, and then you finally do it, it takes this pressure off your shoulders where you could finally flourish and come into your own. And you're going to see a lot of that with drivers throughout the year, winning and, you know, able to work their way through the ranks. And that's what I think it's done at Carter Kilgo, and it'll do to a lot of others, right? Jackson Young's looking for his first. Domain's looking for that one. Cameron Reed, she's been somebody that everybody has the stopwatches on any track that, you know, she goes to. But it's just a matter of finding that first win, finally getting that little bit of luck.
Yeah, the question will be, how's it going to be in terms of what type of race we get? We know as we take a look at this full grid, this pack is going to be intense as we get all set to go.
Well, we had to wait a little bit, but here's your starting lineup. Talked about the first 2 rows and talked about Reagan Seville and Bryce Frank, 2 drivers who have been in championship conversations more years than not. Frank won it back in 24, McKeith and won it in 25. Seville finished second to both of those drivers for 2 years running. Starting on that second row with a couple of more. McDonough, look like Samuel Young running up. You go back to Dex Lincoln, John Mayo, Matthew Ruth, Vinny Carollo, Paul Braden, Shelby Ramirez, Lucas Caceres, Holton Edwards, Jeremy Lee, and Colton Brazier. That's your top 20, but still more to go here, Justin.
You have Jacob Oliver back there. Abby Lindveld going to start down 22nd. Adam Nunez 23rd. Then you have LeBron Rando Fuentes going to be down 24th. Derek Wargo, originally after qualifying, was slotted in 4th. After race control, 25th. Noah Jordan amongst those in 26th spot.
Yeah, it's a lot of work to do if you're Derek Wargo. Looking to take yourself to the front. But 4Cycle Racing in 206 specifically is back here in New Orleans after a year away. And it's time to go racing. Carter Kilgo takes us to the green.
Good battle up immediately as everyone goes as wide as they can into one. Right now, Kilgo holding serve though. A few droppers to the back of the field having a slow run. But as you can see, Kilgo able to maintain through sector 1. So important to make sure you hold serve in this choo-choo train.
Yeah, this opening lap, so important here to get things kicked off, right? You know, there's a big saying, well known, can't win the race in turn 1, can definitely lose it though. Just a matter of getting through, getting your nose clean, getting yourself in line. And leaders have done just that. Kind of quiet, and I spoke too soon. Jackson Young proving me wrong. Getting himself to the point of turn 10. Is Domain looking to go? He's around in front of the field. Braden looked to go by, up and over the curb. Got him out of shape. And he's going to fall all the way down the order here, Justin.
That's similar to what we eventually seen lead to contact at Kid Kart, was side by side up through that section through 5, 6, 7. So easy where if you're in that area to either hit the curb or make contact, it seems, because it's normally a single file line. Look at that behind.
There's a good number side by side. Samuel Young was just in the middle of that pack. They were all fighting. Here's a look at Zing. Then a Kraus, and then Dax Lankin, my apologies, to Samuel Young, and Jacob Oliver looking to work his way through this field on the R2 Racing TB kart.
A little bit too aggressive, and potentially the more they fight, the more there's the risk of losing the pack. And the one thing is, in 206 is so difficult to get back up in a lot of circumstances to catch up to the next pack once you see that breakaway. Guess what? We've seen that breakaway if you look at the interval between Seville and Zing alone on the racetrack, as some of the drivers just try and figure out what they can do to pick up other carts as they lose touch to the others and the average pace settles in.
And here's that second group, that single foul with Peyton McDonough and Rafael Kraus. They found themselves looking to push each other forward. In this front group, a youngster looking to lead them away, and Samuel Young and now Seville. That's a decisive move there on Frank. Got himself clear, wants to go to the front. Frank didn't fight it all too much. Now Reed looking to reposition herself, looking for second. And I think Kilgo gonna have a good exit, is side by side through there. Everybody looking to get back in a line. We talked about how violent these curbs are. You go over them and you're side by side with somebody, you could very well just wash into the side of them, which is how these curbs pick you up and throw you to the wayside. We're going to see a lot of that throughout the weekend.
I think we've already seen it a couple times over, because right now these drivers just so much are trying to figure out where can they make the best passes here without costing themselves too much ground. And we've seen, for the most part, people have just been able to get some huge lunges in multiple different types of carts so far. Now, the one thing I'm thinking in my mind in this too here, Caleb, is where are things going to stand in terms of how much we see the shuffle here the further back you in this pack?
Well, you're going to see a lot of that, right? To answer your question, Cameron Reed was looking for a move on the back straightaway. She went, got back in the line because, you know, you try to make those moves, but you run the risk of losing the draft, of how precious it is. I think even more so in 4Cycle Racing action, especially in 206 senior. You saw Seville made the move, got by, got himself clear, able to get through. That being said, this race has really gone one way or another for a lot of them. So that, you're going to see a lot of that. To answer your question, maybe drivers making for a move, and you're going to have to bite your tongue more often than not whenever you want to go and you really can't. Maybe it doesn't make sense. Maybe it's still too early in the race. So to answer your question, we're going to see a lot of what we saw that lap, maybe on the back straightaway. Do I go? Do I not? And when you make those moves, that's going to be the deciding factor throughout these races.
I think so too, and you see Seville move up to third spot. The big thing too that comes to mind too is sometimes you want to find the partners, and the main thing is making sure you're at least on the same page, because there was a good mention from the NASCAR Cars and Truck Series race last night where Carson Hocevar tried to give signals out the window in every restart. Link Riggs was afterwards saying, I have no idea what he was trying to tell me in terms of that. It's like trying to speak a different language.
Yeah, and again, rightfully so, there's a couple of universal signals here, especially here. You tap the back of the helmet, all right, give me a push, give me a help, point forward, let's move our way through, let's maybe start making some passes. A couple of universal things, especially when you're not in a car and not pointing out of a window. Maybe it's a little easier here, right? With this open wheel racing, open cockpit, if you will, in karting. But yeah, just being decisive with how you do things is so important. And being on the same page with everybody else, that goes to conversations maybe on the grid. You talk to, your competitors a little bit, what are we going to do? What do we want to do? But you're also out there on your own. Everybody's running their own race. Nobody else sitting in the car with you. You go out there, run your race, and again, there's only one first place trophy at the end of everything. Only one driver's going to start on the pole later on tomorrow in the main event.
Exactly, and right now, Young's been, with all of that being said, staying well in command to all this. I don't know how long that's going to last, especially with Seville right on the rear end. We know Seville, one of those that is very well disciplined when it comes to his battles. We've seen that in the T4s earlier on today. Seems to know, has the chance to pull. There's the signal, there's the move. Has a friend going for the lead.
Carter Kogo pushing him by. And again, just a couple laps. It's about a lap that Seville waited behind Jackson Young. And you plan things like that one by one. Seville's just been picking him off, getting himself in position, making these moves to get himself to where he is now, and that's the lead of the race. That's a good move, decisive out of it, but with 2 laps to go, it's not going to be easy. As Kilgo maybe could have had a go into turn 8, he's going to stay in line.
Yeah, I think he's quite simply just planning. I think, well, it's going to be broken up by Jan, who goes side by side. Going to cost them both ground. As you see the curb hop, Kilgo lost at least 3 kart lengths. That's one of the major things we've seen today. That area, aren't decisive quickly, you lose yourself ground if you don't clear it very fast.
And you just got to have patience as well, right? Kilgo's going to go on this back straightaway. It's just giving him time to put down the work. He's going to do it now. Seville not going to make it easy. He's going to hold the outside, turning into the inside, going into the chicane. He's going to hold on to the lead, but he knows they're going for it. To the bottom goes Kilgo. Seville looked to answer. Young around the outside. Kilgo to the point, but for how long? Because Seville got a good crossover.
Seville trying to figure out a way to get around both him and Jan now. Jan able to get the second. Now Kilgo can play some defense. Knows that Jan's aggressive, knows his move. Both times around has made the pass in turn 10, for example. Will we see that again on the final time around as Kilgo tries to lead them around for that section?
This is it. They work their way through 1 lap to go to start off the heat races, and this is really where you set the tone as Kilgo look to cover. Young gets into the side of him. Kilgo's into the grass. Seville gonna cross him up. And that door, as quickly as it opened, it closed right on down. Nowhere to go for Reagan. And now Kilgo looking to go by. Turn 14, side by side, door to door. And Kilgo gets through one way or another on Jackson Young. It was a very, very tight move that he was trying to make. Didn't work as Young now looking to go into the final corner. They hook bumpers into the line. Seville looking to steal it. He's not. Kilgo wins. Frank in second. Seville in third, Reed in fourth, and Young down to 5th at the end of it all.
Really, really wild run. And what did I say about that initial move? We were expecting Young to do that by turn 10. He did it in turn 10, even with the defense. And if anything, yes, he initially got the pass on, but we already knew the better runs were 14 up to 15. Kilgo took advantage, even with the sends back for the win. That initial setup down that long backstretch, I think gave the 604 the advantage.
Oh, elbows out racing up at the front there, Justin. Elbows out. And what a way to pick up the leftovers for the 617 and Bryce Frank. Got himself to the point. Didn't look back. Or sorry, to second. Didn't look back. Joint teammate and Carter Kilgo up there. And he knew it across the line. Threw up a fist. Reed recovers as well. But there's more. Getting set to come your way. Some pickup as well for some drivers. Didn't make it to the end. 206 Cadet is coming up next.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsakrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsakrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsakrakRacing.com.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart, it's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Like karting, you're in the right place after all. This is Kart Chaser because the 206 Cadets getting ready to go. That was the previous run through of how things started off in the running order. But for the drivers of the 206 Cadets, getting ready to double up already with a rapid speed. Bernie Stoffel will lead them to the green flag over Drew Blem, with Marshall Steves and Dusty Strayer amongst those in the top 4. Liam Haswell and Mikey Todd start in the top 6 today, with the Sampsons and Sebastian and Hayden in the top 8. Vargas and Ellis are in your top 10 carts here today. 19 total. Part of your field. Ashley Anderson down 11. Aiken Hardeman will start down in 12th. Chen and Buck, the top 14. Drivers are coming up to the tram lines right now, though. As we're all set to go, it's 206 Cadet. They're underway.
We get this one going as Dusty Strayer, again, you saw him just hug turn number 1 a little bit more, looking to steal the lead from Blem. He doesn't. Stoffel going to steal second. He gets himself clear. And the rest of the field fanning out as Stoffel washing wide now, and Strayer responds. Gets himself back clear.
Uber aggressive to start from Strayer on the line yet again. Knew the cut needed to be there to the inside of turn 1 off the launch in this class. Remember, this class going to run a little bit different compared to what we've seen with micros and minis. Obviously, in terms of the engine package, going to be a lot more in terms of the draft effect, in per se in terms of the pack itself. And right now, we're seeing just how much that gap is growing already for your race leader off the jump.
Yeah, but it's going to close down, right? 2 back-to-back races where we're going to watch these drivers or 2 back-to-back races where we're going to watch this, different discipline, if you will, of 206 racing, very draft racing, train and pack racing. You'll see a lot of this. Strayer and Stoffel working together, pushing each other. Clear of Blem. Back into turn 15, and the rest of the pack right there with them. Look at Steves and back to Sampson. Hayden Sampson, that is. Then a Mikey Todd, kid out of Louisiana, joining this field up at the front for Reed Motorsports. And he was actually able to get clear there of Hayden Sampson. So Mikey Todd, you can promote him up to 5th.
Yeah, Todd, solid driver we've seen in terms of some of the races previous. Look at some of the errors in the train, though.
Drew Blem was able to get by there on Brody Stoffel. into turn 6 there, Justin.
Yeah, I was just about to say, look at this again. Stoffel making the pass right on back. No chance to breathe, and Stoffel making it clear. Wants to try and be on the attack. Wants the chance to attack Strayer one-on-one, and has continued that in these opening laps immediately.
Yeah, back and forth, and now that's kind of fed Blem to the Wolves here. Mikey Todd's right behind him. Hayden Sampson. And as well, back to one more. That's right there in line. Now Stoffel looking for the lead to the bottom of the racetrack. Turn 15. He's got it. Steves goes by with him, and Strayer shuffled back to third. This lead changes, and this pack turning it into about 7 deep is now Blem looking to go for third. He's clear on Strayer.
Nicely done by Blem to be able to pick the spot right back up. Blem, after all, was a top 5 driver over at Speedsportz back in March. Looking to back that up here today. Right now, the tough part is that's built up a small buffer for now that they'll have to close. Great charge for Steves yet again, though, to be able to get in position immediately and battle it out with Stoffel for this race lead early.
It's a car length, the separation, you know that's going to close right on down once we get out of turn 14, but Strayer's been shuffled through this field. That's how quickly things can change. A snap of the fingers is as quick as this all could turn upside down. But still, a lot of race left to go for Strayer. Just has to recover, head down, and get himself back to where he was a couple laps ago. Now the battle up front gonna slow down a little bit. And again, just smart racing, right? Sit patient for a little bit. Find your footing. Don't have to feel like you're on a knife's edge for the entirety of the race, going back and forth, making moves lap after lap. But you also can't wait too long, right? You got guys that are moving through this field like Drew Blem, like Mikey Todd, who's recovering from the qualifying session. Todd's up a good number to get himself back up to 4th.
Yeah, you kind of don't want to settle, so to speak. You know, it's kind of like playing hot potato, or really, let's imagine this way. You put a hot potato on a table. Eventually, if you wait too long, it's going to become a cold potato, and that's not going to be very appetizing. So you want to be able to take advantage of that heat in the potato and chop at those positions as quick as you can. Does that metaphor make sense?
It makes sense. Not what I would have expected when you talk about racing, but it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense for sure here. And look, Marshall Steves, looked like he heard you there. He's going to look to go for the lead. Stoffel's not going to fight it. He's going to get himself back in line at 3rd. Blem's going to go and get himself clear for 2nd as well. So again, more shuffling. And Stoffel looking to respond. Get himself back to 2nd. Maybe even for the lead. 2nd's going to be all he's got. If he even gets it, because Blem, the crossover, going to see a lot of that. Luckily, a familiar face for Stoffel behind, and Mikey Todd, maybe a dancing partner here to look to go by and start to make some moves. But they're all bumper to bumper, nose to tail, pushing each other throughout these corners. Just very, very even. And these last 30 seconds are all about positioning. Put yourself in a good spot. Stoffel with a great send into turn number 8 to get himself clear. And they're 3 wide further back. Todd having to pull out. And now Blem gets shuffled into the grass. A Strayer look to go by for 3rd. Who's clear? Blem, he was just right about set to go over that curb on the exit of turn number 9 and just avoided it by going into the grass. That lost him a good chunk of time. He's now behind Hayden Sampson.
Yeah, my question is going to be, would that look backed on for a course cut? But it was either in that situation risk contact or just risk the dirt on the tires in that circumstance. Now, though, with a couple laps to go, ready to go in this one, past 6 minutes. Right now, Stoffel and Steves ready to go back and forth.
That pass in turn 1 is just not an easy one to make stick. You can send it into turn 1, send it in too deep, and risk that over-under as Steves. He hooked bumpers with Strayer. Steves going to respond, though. Sets up the crossover on the exit of turn 4. He's clear. Turn 5, now into 6. Steves going to lead this field with Stoffel, who's shown favorite passing opportunity has been turn number 8. Does he have the run? He's gonna send it deep into the brakes into turn number 8. He's clear. Steve side by side. He gets into the puddle. Todd gets clear. Strayer's through for 3rd, and Steve shuffled back to 4th.
Again, the risk of side-by-side has been a constant point there. That time side-by-side pushed them into the curbing where the water pool is. You lose all the traction because obviously slicks don't have traction per se in the wet. But now it's in Stoffel's hands well with more drivers ready to attack behind. It's not over yet, but right now watch for the front straightaway. It looks like that's where things are about to pop with Strayer building a terrifically ferocious run to 3rd.
We work our way through here. This time by, this is going to be the final lap of this first heat race. And Mikey Todd and Brody Stoffel have pulled away, or I should say, have gotten themselves to the front. Nobody's going to pull away in this field here, Justin. Strayer gets himself to 3rd. Steve's back to 4th. And you go back to 5th with Drew Blem.
Right now, you can tell Strayer is fast. Strayer knows it, wants to go, took an aggressive move to the inside. Doesn't stick though, going through 7, through 8. They're gonna have to reset. That might have actually cost Todd here because that's a big buffer. Strayer still not done in a 10.
That's a great move. They're still going at it here. And at turn 11, Todd washes out wide. He's still looking to hold on for 2nd. And his chassis mate, driver who he's shared a car with before in the past at the Reindeer Run at Speedsportz Racing Park, has given him the gap of a lifetime. And again, just giving back on his birthday. Mikey Todd, birthday is today, and he's gonna get denied there for 2nd. Blem looking to go by as well. They're side by side. Stoffel's gonna win it. Strayer comes across the line in 2nd. Todd finishing 3rd with Blem and Hayden Sampson here, top 5. Sebastian Sampson up to 6th. What an end. And finally, able to take a deep breath there, Justin. A race that kept us on the edge of our seats from start to finish. That was 206 Cadet.
And mind you, again, Strayer wanted to get the pass done fast through 7. Couldn't get the clearance. If he got clear, might have been a chance for Strayer to take the lead from Stoffel in the final straightaways. But instead, it ends up going the way of Stoffel with a massive gap.
Yeah, what a drive. What a way to close things off. And again, more action. Just getting set to come your way. You're watching Kart Chase's live coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney, Turney in the dirt.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Today, I'm going to show you how to protect those ribs in the seat. We're doing core. Exercise number 1 is the bench leg raise. Controlled all the way down, full range of motion. Make sure you pick up that tailbone off the pad. Coming down, controlling. Great for the lower abdomen area and obliques. Floor slider mountain climbers, exercise number 2. Exercise number 3, the plate loaded decline bench sit up. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Chris G Coaching, race ready training that carries into real life.
It's time to go racing with the Masters, getting ready to lead this field to green. It's Shane Burkett and Pierce Baldus up at the front. Daniel Howie, Dex Knockin on row number 2 with Miguel Muir, Janae Din to Curtis Terry, Stephen Hester, Keithan Hutchins, John Robichaux. Your top 10 getting ready to kick this one off and take us to the green flag. A couple of more joining us here as well. That being said, we're ready to go racing once again. Only 3 classes to go for heat race number 1. And Shane Burkett gets ready to lead the Masters to the green flag.
Just about ready to get things rumbled off. Remember, Burkett coming off a top 5 run last time out in TSRS. Today, looking to see if he can set the stepping stone to try and get much higher than that. Green flag is out underway. Inside line, much better launch. Burkett already off to the races. Howie also jumped to second immediately as a result of how quickly that launch came from the inner groove in the tram lines. Just looking right now, and quite simply, Howie seems to be hungry in terms of the racing lines immediately. A lot of slip on the tires noticing, and a lot of bounce, a lot of overgrip, if you will, with Howie's trying to make sure that cart doesn't flip over. He's going to flip his way to the race lead, though, this time through. Howie again taking over the race lead to start things off here. All well, everyone else tries to figure out a way to keep set up. Burkett already trying to play a little bit of defense. Drivers like trying to find a way. Nike looking to try and find the charge as they continue to make their way to the end of the first lap.
There you go, lap number 1 in the books. Daniel Howie now leading this field. Pierce Baldus looking for a move. Turn number 1 as one of them's around. That's the 458 of Keithan Hutchins. He's out, but the fighting further back starting to heat up as Mir Nakan right there on screen as now Baldus look to respond. Not going to get it. And up front, Daniel Howie. Talk about the qualifying scare himself. And teammate, if you will, and Baldus had. Now, rubbing that off like nothing happened.
Well, just keeping things intense, I think, is what you can say for these Masters drivers here so far. But Howie had a great start in the first place with the follow-through on the tram line. Now has the chance to break away. This is the type of class, remember, where consistency pays off, but also having raw speed. Right now, Mir going to need to hope there's a little bit of battling, I think, to maybe just latch onto the draft fully in the 477. Have an opportunity there with some of the others just staying in their pack. Right now, 107.6s for them on the close-up, though. The leaders with the 106.9s that time by.
And this is that second group now led by Miguel Mir, who started off this, I think, year really on a high. When you look at the championship, get himself out, looking to recover, looking to regain the title that he's held on for so long. A win at round number 1, and now looking to recover after a qualifying session that was uncharacteristic. A little wide there, you see him hopping through the corner. Baldus going to take advantage. He's through for 3rd.
Gotta have to take those opportunities when they present themselves.
Yeah, Mir was just out of shape there in turn 8. You saw him, that cart spining up. I'm not sure he was just overstuck, but you saw the rear just as soon as he got planted, just hopped up in the air, got him out of shape, ruined that run that he was building, and it allowed Baldus to just cross him up.
Exactly, yeah. And now, Baldus has a chance maybe to latch onto the draft, and Mir and company gonna have to hope there is that consistency still is there. With that, you see Mir just signaling to go ahead. Picked up the win you mentioned when it comes to Speedsportz, but also has had a top 5 in every race except for USPKS to start off the season after all. Howie, though, still has Burkett providing pressure. Shane Burkett still looking phenomenal on his pace comparative to Howie, where they are still running in the 106s. The other group, with even the pass factored in, ran into the 107, so they lost ground once things started to average out compared to the lead 2.
And now we look up at the front here. Daniel Howie, Shane Burkett, you talked about their gap starting to close in here, Justin. This has been something to watch in between these two. Howie still looking for a first career Masters victory. Burkett looking to get himself back to victory lane this year. They're being chased down by the reigning champion, Pierce Baldus, who sits in third with still a good bit of time at hand. A minute and a half plus 2 is what he has, and you see how good he is out of turn 16 there, closing in to the top 2.
And doing pretty steady on the close, and we know the Baldus is very close. Baldai, potentially. It is Bald. Either way, I'm trying to do a Pokemon reference. It's not working out, but I will say when it comes to Pierce, he's been looking steady since the pass. Was top 5 in terms of the Winter Tour, remember, when it made a stop for Winter Nats rather over at Musselman Honda Circuit out in Arizona. So speed's been there at the national level and has been a top half competitor in the Super Nats in the past year also. So right now Baldus is there. Now Baldus has the run. I think he's absolutely got the time to potentially pass both of them with how much is left in the counter with 40 seconds left.
Yeah, time is of the essence here, and you see Pierce just now with the draft finally coming into effect for him on the back straightaway. Closes right on up to Shane Burkett, who's, again, good out of 14 where he closes down, but just through years struggles to get out of 16. And you see Pierce, first opportunity, not going to think twice about it. He's going to get himself clear for the lead.
Yeah, now it's the question, quickly, how much time does Baldus need to get up to the lead itself? I think it's going to go down more because Howie just slid the tires aggressively to the curbing, nearly spun it around. Now, the main thing here is can Howie prevent himself from too much suspension chatter? He seems to be really sliding those rears a fair bit more compared to what we're seeing with Baldus. Look at some of the angles, just trying to straighten the wheel.
Yeah, he's just looking to get things straightened out as he exits the last little bit of S's section. And it's just a matter of setting yourself up for a pass, setting yourself up for a move into turn 15. Howie's right ahead of him. We saw how well they worked together, the laps that they were on the racetrack for the qualifying session before it all came undone right here. Before the session was drawn to a close. And now the two high-five machines, one of them in the blue and black for the Texas operation, one of them in the red and black for the Tulsa, Oklahoma-based operation, putting themselves up at the front.
And right now, they look still steady. Again, Howie seems to be really not afraid to push a little bit harder in through 5 and 6 with the rears. Here comes the send up the inside for Baldus. Slide up the track. Howie nearly went into the puddles. And just like that, it's Baldus to the point. Now it's the matter of, will Howie get a run back with the draft next straightaway?
And now Pierce going to have control of it as he hits the back straightaway, already showing they're here to win. Both of them respectively. Howie going to respond. Turn 15. He's got it. Daniel Howie taking to the grass as Baldus looked to go right back by. And Burkett in third, hand in the air. Not happy with the two ahead of him. And just side by side to the chicane there, Justin. A little too close for comfort for those two.
Almost looked like it snapped hard, right, trying to weave and bobble. Remember those slides around we just referred to with Howie's carts? I think one of those slides came in the middle of the corner and it corrected the opposite way. Now Howie is lucky to still have a chance. Might get one more opportunity to go for the race lead.
And you got to think he's got to set himself up for turn 15, right? Have another go at it. Have another try. As Baldus is now going to start to defend, that's going to ruin his run really through here. The momentum now swinging in the way of Daniel Howie, who sits in second, Burkett in third. And now Howie see a much tighter line out of 14. He's going to have a run. Burkett as well. Baldus going to put himself to the bottom. Howie's going to try the outside for the second time running. Not going to get it. Pierce Baldus looking to take the win as Burkett looks to catch Howie by surprise. That doesn't work. Baldus takes the win with Howie in second and Burkett in third. Mir comes across the line in fourth.
Nicely done for Baldus.
I think that was a penalty the way of the 419. And a hefty one at that, because he was shuffled down to 7th at the end of it here, Justin.
I was going to say, I was wondering about if we'd see that possibly again with some of the bubbles since we've seen. And now, just like that, Howie will lose a decent chunk of points here from the top 3 all race to, on the official provisional sheet, to the back end of the top 10.
Yeah, what a drive there to close things off.
So we'll say, quickly, we're moving our way through the schedule here, Caleb. Already our next class getting engines fired, our penultimate Heat 1 of the afternoon.
And it's going back to the 206 juniors. We saw the K8 junior. We saw a lot of these drivers in the K8 junior division, and we're going to see a couple of them again for the second time to get things started.
Getting ourselves geared up and ready to go for our penultimate heat as Nico Urbezo, if you will, alongside Alex Chandler will be starting at the front of this group. And Clayton Stiles alongside Aston Wyatt. Levi Midor, who is tied up with Sawyer Chambers in qualifying, will start 5th and 6th. Tyrone Kemper Jr. might be a contender to see if there's a charge from 7th. Mia Johnson in 8th. Smith and Gert will be amongst those in the top 10. Here today, as we continue to look at this grid here, Caleb, give a credit to J.J. Moser. First appearance at a regional race they mentioned this weekend. Looking to get experience.
Yeah, great way to put yourself right just on the edge of the top 10 in a very competitive class. Silas Rude, Isaac Miller down on row number 7 with Max Estrada and Adrian Vargas on row number 8. Alexander Kulamans is starting on row number 9 with Caleb Roberts, Brooks Outlaw, Davis Buck. The 20 drivers getting set to take the green flag, and there's a couple of more. Logan Coyne, Malik Muhammad, and Sawyer Lee, 23, joining us here for some more motorcycle racing action here, Justin. And Nico Urbezo getting ready to lead us to the green flag in All Iron Rock Motorsports. 1, 2, 3. And they're going to take us to the green. We're underway in 206 Junior.
Clean start from the get-go from the inside line for Urbezo. Everybody else still side by side much of the way. The teammates seem to be well in sync for the most part off this jump, but Stiles did not get that preferred groove, has already fallen back into a battle for the 4th spot. It's still not done. He'll lose the 4th spot and potentially 5th also.
Yeah, Levi Meter's going side by side with him there. As they look to work their way through, Levi, hand in the air, just looking to point there at Clayton, saying, let me through. And I think, unfortunately, there for Clayton, let him go by. And along with Levi came Kemper Jr., Gearier, as well as more, just able to work their way through. Now Johnson goes by. And Clayton, one corner of just being nice, has shuffled them way back in this field here.
Yeah, all it takes is losing your preferred line, and we've just seen how quickly things can change. Just like that, though. Top 4's making it clear. They don't want to battle too much, at least yet, because they have a chance to be able to break away with their little battle pack. Right now, they're looking to now fight with a 2x2 forming up for the race lead. There's the move for Wyatt. Fast and wide, if you will, he puts on his cart.
Yeah, Aston Wyatt able to work his way through. Sawyer Chambers now for 2nd, Urbezo, and then to Chandler. And that second group being led by the 316 of Meter to Kemper Jr. to Gearier. And more that are just single file line. You go back to Smith. in the 309, and now we're fighting for second again. Orbezo looking to shuffle. Chambers there. That didn't work. If anything, it opened up the gap just a little bit to Wyatt. It's not going to hold. They're going to close right back down. It will if more fighting like this continues. Orbezo tries it in a 10. Up and over the curb, nowhere to go.
Incredible moves, I will say, for Chambers in the midst of all of this, because that was your winner last time, I remember, in this series, has also been strong all year, because in this package in Cup Karts North America, picked up a win in the South Division back in February, top 3 in the Spring Nats, second in the Winter Nats. It's been an incredible year so far for the 325, and showcasing why, I think in the case for Sawyer, he's looking to make it the year you remember that kart in the orange and silver up at the front.
As we work our way by here now, this pack has grown massively. Levi Meter starting to close in with Kemper Jr., who's right behind him. Along with them, Dean Gearier, third in line. And that's all due to fighting in second, and then they've closed down. Wyatt has promoted more to get themselves into this lead pack. And that gap's still closing, 2 car lengths. And you know that gap's gonna disappear, Justin, once we hit turn 14 and work our way onto the back straightaway.
Especially with the way the fight is going to break down, absolutely. Because I wouldn't be surprised if Chambers tries to go for it quickly. Watch for this run out of 14. If he take the chance this time to jump ahead, has the momentum if he wants to take it, he's going to. Instead, it's going to be Chandler thinking about a move. No. Once more, that sees them really build the steam, build up the cushion yet again. If anything, noticing more so these drivers in this group more active in 1 than they are in the 15 so far. If you count up the overall battles here, I think that's just kind of the mindset of what we're seeing from these competitors. But the change for second, it's contact over top Chambers' left side tires.
And Orbezo gets sent to the wayside as well. And that's all brought Alex Chandler clear of both of them, who are still able to get going, but they get, again, hindered massively throughout that little bit of contact that they had. That being said, everybody else still working through it all.
Absolutely shuffles the complexion of this run because Chambers seem to be solid, but once more, now the urgency level's picked up as a result. You have Chandler playing some good defense though in the side-by-sides. Cost everybody in the pack. Look who it is, your biggest mover amongst the lead group at least so far. Tyrone Kemper Jr. is now in the mix and now looks to try and catch up to second so they can try and figure out a way to catch up to the leader with a minute to go.
And this has brought this second group just right back into play. And it's brought Orbezo back into it. You see Chambers just in the middle of it all, where he was passed a couple laps ago. Now Levi looking for a move into turn 1. He's clear. Chambers follows. Gearier, nowhere to go for him. And he's looking for a way by now. Chambers looking to get another one on Levi. Side by side, Chambers gets it.
Again, I think Chambers knows if you're willing to go for a move in a very tough area and say 3, may as well go for it myself. Take the opportunity to make up the spots if it's fair game for all the others in my pack. And the tough thing is, he can pick up a few more spots to have an opportunity to be right back where he was in contention in the lead group. I think, though, I'm noticing, though, we're seeing the gap really start to chip away. Chandler is knocking down the gap to the leader, I think, is a little bit quicker than Wyatt here, where the rest of the pack still has not been able to chip away too much because they've been battling so much in the first place. Here we go again. More shuffles for the top 3. Midor will go along the inside and make the move up the inner line, and a cut through. Chambers to the grass. He goes wide in 15. It's gone from a solid start for the 325 to a disastrous stretch with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, and this one has just kind of gone upside down, right? They find a way to recover, and then it just goes backwards again, and then you recover and it goes backwards. All that hard work that these drivers are doing just kind of coming undone through a couple of moments on the racetrack, and through it all, Aston Wyatt has been quietly up front, really kind of uncontested to this point right now because nobody else has been able to put together a good string of laps to have an opportunity to go back by. Chandler's going to be the first one to try it. As this one gets ready to draw to a close, is now Chandler, first change in the lead that we've seen in a bit. Gets himself to the point in turn number 10. Wyatt's a second to Meter, to Guerrier now in fourth.
Guerrier up 6 spots for his measure 2. So Dean wants those on your biggest mover board. But here we go. Battle is on. Wyatt's got help. 3 different karts want to make the move for the race lead. Not much you can do to stop that unless you're able to stick it yourself. Chandler holds back the entire inside line and holds on to the lead. Now defensively to the white flag, hugs the inside.
And now everybody to the low side. Levi looking to set up a crossover. Everybody just bumper to bumper now, door to door in between. Orbezo stuck on the outside, looking to recover in any way possible, looking to slot himself in a third. Levi's not going to give it to him. And again, Kemper Jr. is just in the back of the pack. 7 drivers total. I think even more than that in this lead pack, as Chandler's going to lead him from Wyatt to Meter to Orbezo. And Wyatt is it in turn number 8. No way by. Chambers looking to find a way. He's clear on Orbezo, who gets drawn to the wayside. Now Guerrier looking to go low. He's clear. Up and over the curb for Chambers, side by side with Kemper Jr., who goes by on Guerrier. Now up front, Chandler and Wyatt still holding on.
Still an opportunity up at the very point. Chandler going to have to play aggressive defense because Wyatt's setting up the run. Has it built up with Midor. They all snake to the inside. The Dragon hugs the inner groove. Coming up towards 15. 4 or 5 karts all on the inside. Who gets the better run up through 15? They all clatter the curbs as they come up to the checker flag. Chandler looking to hold on a drag race at the line. It is by 22 1/1000. It's Chandler.
Oh, minimal margins there. Alex Chandler holds on by a hair. Gets himself the win in heat race number 1. The black and checkers in the air. Aston Wyatt in second to Meter, to Guerrier, to Kemper Jr., Orbezo, Styles, to Johnson. And I think the only driver who got shuffled was Sawyer Chambers at the end, with what looks to be a post-race penalty going the way of the 325. That shuffled them down the order in this one to 11th after crossing the line in that lead pack. What a race, and what a way to get one step closer to the end of heat race number 1. With that being said, KA Senior getting ready to go out, and the action continues here, Justin. Back-to-back barn burners out here at NOLA. And this is a preview to what we're going to see tomorrow. It'll be exciting. We'll see you on the other side of this break with KA Senior.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
CRG K100 Senior ready to go, as this is your final group before we go back over to the start of the order. Heat 1 for many of these classes has been exciting, and right now we're just about ready to see how this headliner group is able to fare out. And so far, we've seen, amongst those that have cleared speed over for the last round. Peyton Phillips set to start alongside. Send machine for Fabio will start alongside Jose Carlos Hernandez. On your top four alone with Latin Skinner and Jake French. Your top 6, Gage Bailey and Dallas Dunlop will start in front of Sawyer Roussel and Oscar Hutchinson, who amongst those in your top 10. These karts are going to have to quickly get doubled up though. We're all set to battle in what is a 30 entry in field. 28 took part in qualifying earlier today. So ready to make your way through the tramp lines here today. As let's see how things go. It's KA Senior. It's underway.
And up at the front, Juanjo Paramo gets himself to the point. Phillips look to rip the high side, as I'm sure a lot of them are going to be watching from the fence lines throughout the day, seeing the moves that are being made, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't. Phillips tried it. Didn't come into fruition to start this one off, but everybody else gets himself into line, into shape, and up to second already. Juan Jose Paramo gets himself cleared into the second spot.
Trying to carry the momentum from previous time out towards the point standing side. Phillips from the race win side. Some of the others about fourth on back, not keeping themselves cool though. Some of the drivers just quite simply trying to make sure they are able to keep up with this lead pack before it starts to splinter here. Battles on for the race lead. It looks like it is mutual on the decision. Move is done. One plate up to the point. As a result, the switches are on. And already the charge is on for Jose Carlos Hernandez, who's gone up 3 spots on the get-go.
Yeah, it's a good move there out of the reigning champ, getting himself clear for the lead. Paramo now for second to Peyton Phillips, who's back in third. The rest of the field goes to Fabio Ursula and then to Landon Skinner, who's back into the 5th spot. And Jake French, first Sodi, puts himself into the top 10, as now a change for second. Promotes Phillips up a spot. And very similar to what we're seeing out of Paramo right now to what we saw at round number 1. Very fast over 1 lap. Throughout the entirety of a race, it just hasn't been the consistency maybe that he needs to stay out in front when you have drivers that are veterans in this field that aren't going to put a foot wrong. If you're driving out there nervous or scared or putting a foot wrong, whoever's behind you isn't going to wait for more than a lap behind you. They're going to go, or else they run the risk of getting passed by other drivers themselves, which is what you saw to Paramo a lot of in Houston. Kind of gave his younger teammate, the driver who he's brought up through the ranks, gave him time. But again, you can't give him too much time or you run the risk of affecting your own race. And you saw a lot of that on Jose Carlos in the main event, firstly, and throughout all 3 heat races pretty much, where Paramo put himself up at the front. That being said, a quick change, quick turnaround. Jose Carlos wanted to waste no time, got himself up to the front. Phillips followed him through for second. And now it's put Paramo to third with Ursula right behind him. And closing down the gap, the Sawyer Roussel kid here out of New Orleans this weekend.
All of them staying bundled together again, but I think one of the major things we'll see is, in terms of Paramo, I think the test will be, can he keep the long run in the kart in terms of talking about that consistency needed? Right now, he's got to figure out quickly what he wants to do, and he wants a team 1-2. Does that there. Bit of an overcorrection behind, as well as Orson gets him past. Fabio loses a spot. Just like that. Roussel's up 5, by the way. Gained at least 3 that lap. The 906 is on the prowl. Last time by was 2/10 quicker than the race leader to get up to the top 3 battlers.
And there goes Roussel on Peyton Phillips. What a move. Turn 5, getting it done. Again, you see moves through there. Don't see them too often, but if you set it up perfectly, it's a clean one at that. And now this field, with that little bit of passing there out of Roussel, has brought Orslund right there. Skinner just that little bit closer. With the likes of Jake French starting to close in with his group. It's actually Gage Bailey, my apologies. Yeah. Gage Bailey, the driver who's right there on the Carlos Sainz Trackside Karting Services machine. And now a pass, Orslund looking to go on Phillips. He's clear in a 15.
Yeah, nicely done for Phillips to get a spot right back immediately after a bit of a plummet. But Roussel in particular has been impressive so far this season. Give a shout out to that driver. Second place in the South Division CKA. Second place in TSRS. Last time has been flying. Some of these others, they're just busy battling a belt, like Skinner, who we've seen fast last year in particular. He's under attack right now again.
Yeah, he's getting pressured here. We look in, everybody just pushing and shoving. Drivers breaking a little bit sooner, with all of them just kind of pound up into some of these corners. And there goes Bailey looking to get another one. On Skinner, he's clear. And French just stuck right behind him. Duran is right there. Paloya's at the back of that pack. But up front, Jose Carlos has just been able to keep Paramo, keep good distance in between himself and his younger teammate in Paramo. In this pack, this is where it gets close. This is where you get down to the nitty-gritty, if you will, here, Justin. We see a lot of the battling. And French knows that Duran has a good exit. Looking to go, Sansi Duran. Turn one, gets himself clear.
Nice pass, says Duran. Notice has been slowly picking up these spots as well over the course of this. Was quiet in qualifying, has your fastest lap after all. That was in the 1:04.4s actually, compared to the majority of those 2 to 3 tenths back of that. So absolutely, the pace is there from Duran to pick up. Will say as well, though, gonna have to fight hard if he wants a way to catch up to these leaders that seem to be keeping well in sync here with a couple laps coming up to go here. Carlos Hernandez again, maintaining a perfect drive from the front, that 901 proving why he's defending champion. Does that add an extra bit of confidence into when you go each and every round, or is the mindset simple of, it's a new season, I've got to focus on this new season, not trying to just say, I've got a one plate, I'm better?
Yeah, who knows? Again, he's going to be challenged, though. Sir Roussel able to get by on Juanjo Paramo. And he's really kind of, if you will, a one-man show at the moment inside of this top four, with a whole lot of green, white, and red around him, representing Orslund. Owner-operator of the National Division, and Fabio puts himself in fourth. And then you go to Jose Carlos, who's really been the leading factor within the growth of Orslund Racing Texas, or Red Speed Racing Texas, as they were called last year, for the rebrand this year, starting that regional operation. And then there's Peyton Phillips is there, in fifth, just kind of sitting quietly. And he's always been one to really take advantage of those moments, of those opportunities that have presented himself. And now Jose Carlos knows he's a sitting duck. With Roussel with the draft is now Phillips with a move in a turn 16 to get himself clear for fourth. And Roussel goes by on Jose Carlos. Sawyer Roussel to the point.
Final time around, Roussel playing hard defense though. Might be hoping the teammates start to battle, because the Orslund machine right on behind. That actually might be pro contact!
Jose Carlos into the side of Sawyer Roussel. Tried it in the turn number 5. We talked about how difficult it is to make that move, and it did not work for Jose Carlos Hernandez. That door, I just don't think it was open there, Justin, as now Phillips looking to go by on Fabio Orslund. The two of them come together. Orslund's into the wall. Phillips to the lead. What on earth is going on in KA Senior in heat number 1? Phillips is going to have the lead. Coming to the line, I think. No, it's Paramo. Paramo's at the front. Phillips at the bottom. Skinner's there in third, with Bailey as well in fourth, but Paramo's going to steal it. What a way to close this one off. Juanjo Paramo, heat race number 1. He's going to take the win, and the penalties assessed. Roussel, you see him last lap, shuffle down the order. Jose Carlos crossed the line in 4th.
I don't know what else to say other than, well.
Yeah, Roussel's not happy.
Yep.
Not happy at all with Jose Carlos Hernandez. Yeah, what a way to close off heat race number 1.
Yeah, that was chippy, very chippy is what you can say right there, because in both of those passes coming up on that last lap, you could argue tight space in the first place, especially with the first one. And obviously, gonna mean have to get some quick repairs done if you're some of these competitors.
I mean, it's heat 1. It's heat 1, and we're racing like it's the main event. Racing like it's Sunday. Trophies come tomorrow, boys. Very early into the weekend. That being said, heat 1 coming to a close. Heat race number 2 is coming your way after the break.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now, this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Gee, looks like we're missing an engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You're gonna make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter.
Looking at karts as we get set to go for the top of the rotation once more. I'm Justin Britsky, Vieska going alongside here today. As now next up for heat number 2, it's time for some Micro Swift racing. The Micros put together some phenomenal battles earlier on. Dusty Strayer ready to bring them to green again. They're going really quick this time for the tram lines. Is it too fast? They zip on through. That's going to be a restart as they were rapidly near full throttle down the straightaway. So they'll try this again. Again, just coming off a frantic race, to say the very least, at the end of KA Senior. For those just tuning in, it was Chippy to end things off there. Now, last time for the Micros, Dusty Strayer was the one, remember, who took the win in race number 1 of the day. For these competitors, will Strayer do it again is the question, I think, on his mind and a couple others. As we'll try this again. They're still pretty quick. Onside is Bodie Beyer, then Shep Sullivan and Hartford Ellis. Then you have Juan and Vizcaíno going to be amongst your drivers up at the very front of this field. Do this again. Green flag is out. We're underway. Strayer holds on the inside. Immediately gets clear for the race lead. Everybody else making their way on through as the clock continues to roll here. Already wide for one of the Sampsons. That's Hayden Sampson in this field, who has to try and hold on in the midst of the fight amongst your RKN Micro Swifts here today. So far, good start for Beyer, holding on to the second spot, trying to make sure to keep in line with Strayer. Top 3 along with them, being able to stay lockstep. Remember, Sullivan had issues in the final lap last time out. Need to have a great finish here to make up for that for the points. And help out his metric by the time we get to tomorrow for tomorrow's finals in particular. The top 3 down the back straightaway, stay lockstep coming up to 4 minutes to go here, Caleb.
Yeah, very similar top 3 to what we saw earlier on today for the first of their heat races. These drivers kicked us off to start off the afternoon action just at about 18 minutes past noon. And now they are back racing here at about 2:40. It's been 2 hours since they've seen the racetrack, and it is completely different than what it was earlier on today. So this is, again, a change in conditions for them. Well, for some of them, like the likes of Bodie Beyer and a couple more in this field. But for those doing double duty, like Dusty Strayer in the 206 Cadet, they have seen and they have felt this racetrack progress session after session and race after race. This is really one of the benefiting factors of doing that double duty. Seeing where the puddles are, seeing where they're going away, and seeing where you can go better. A couple of more in there as well. Cohen Scott, we talked about him doing double duty this weekend. He's working his way through this field.
He picked up a lot more spots, was at the back of the field to start this one off. Keep in mind, Scott started 7th, but see how much the shuffle is on. Already picking a fair bit of ground already over the course of this lap already. It's going to get interesting in particular where some of these other drivers are in terms of where the position. You see, for example, some of the other moves like one of the Sampsons on Ellis. They continue at this sake, just quite simply thinking, where am I going to be best to be at? Where's my benchmark going to be? Where am I going to be in terms of the conversations in the next little bit here?
This is, again, drivers for 2 different stories, right? You have the top 3 kind of going out there, putting down the laps, setting the lap times and trying to get this race going forward, but still being patient at the same time. And then that second group where you have a lot of fights, a lot of different battles kind of going on and starting to pick up. So the first of their Kart Republics, that looks like Adrian there. That's the one in the 229. Then it's the Shang, Vizcaíno, Scott, who's now up to 9. So he's up 2 spots.
So far, a few of the drivers just in the midst of a shuffle, as I think you can really say. But kind of the main thing, though, is racing is about, in turn, how precise you are in terms of overall pace skill. And we're seeing how precise that difference is amongst your top competitors compared to those in mid-pack, where that top 3 are still running up in the 111s, some of the drivers in the 112s, some side-by-sides popping up you see back here. But I think that's partly just in terms of getting the skills together, but also just being able to get the setup right on point to be fast on the get-go.
And not only that, but at this stage, right, you can talk a lot about setup, but also just putting down the laps, right, for drivers, you know, being consistent, focus more on driving really than the karts maybe at this point. When you're, you know, looking for that last 10th or 2, maybe you can look for a little bit more on setup or gearing, you know, you name it. But when you're looking for a lot more, you can just focus really and fine-tune some of the driving aspects of it all. And that's what you see throughout this stage of the field, right, with Alexa Deschamps, who had a great race to kick things off in heat race number 1. But getting back to that, right, getting back into in racing mode with, I'm sure, a long time that they've been running around the last 2 hours, you know, maybe doing a little bit of coaching. They're probably going out and hanging out in between races and then getting back in a race mode. That's the biggest thing, especially at a young age. That being said, they're doing a great job showing us some great action throughout this field. They're going to run out of time in a bit. Get one more lap, everybody, before we get back onto the racetrack, or before we go back around, I should say, for 2 laps to go.
Now, we'll say, you know who is amongst those that is the difference in 2 races if you look at your leaderboard? Vettel Baker last race. At the very end, after everything was scored on, we ended up getting pushed into 4th position. This race at the back, it kind of showcased the differences in one race to another, because this lead group was a little bit more race even in Heat 1. Heat 2, Sullivan hits the water that time and drops back to 3rd. It's been a little bit more calmer, per se, amongst these 3, where they haven't been able to close up the gap, per se. And Strayer, I think absolutely in his mind, probably thinking, I like that. This is exactly why I do the preparation and all the work in the first place to be fast here. But some of the others are going to have to quickly say, where's that next run going to be? Can Strayer be pressurized into a mistake, especially late as the laps tick away?
And that's hard, right, for a driver who's been in the seat and who's been here. This is really his 3rd race of the day. And how many times he's seen this racetrack with how busy some of them are doing the double. You just get more and more comfortable, right, as the day goes on, as you learn the track a little more, learn the corners a little more, where you can find that speed. That's where the upper hand really comes into play. But that being said, for everybody else, could be watching from the fence line as well, keeping an eye on what people are doing, what other drivers, maybe what some of the older guys are doing.
And we'll say to that point, it's one of the racetracks I've noticed in terms of what we have on Kart Chaser, one of the best places I think you can watch fence line wise, because it's a very long pit lane in the first place here. You can absolutely pack against it without having any obstructions in the first place.
You see how many people we have as well throughout the grid are just standing there watching, right, just taking in the action. Strayer, though, I'm sure he's going to take in these last couple laps. He's getting ready to come away with another heat race victory. Byers lost the time. Sullivan looking for 2nd. It's just one more to go as Byer going to the bottom of the racetrack with Sullivan looking to set up a crossover. Byer a little too low. Sullivan looking to cross him up. But Bodie with a good exit holds on a 2nd over Sullivan.
Sullivan might have a chance, though. Here's the send up the inside, making the move to get on by. Sullivan has waited a while to get this move last time. Had issues last time from this sector. This time, looks like Byer looking for crossover. Sullivan looking for the charge back on the outside, looking for the setup for 10. Got covered off, though. Byer hugs the inside with the bumps.
And a great display of racecraft between these two. Just setting up crossovers, looking to, again, just put on a show for everybody watching on. Right, fighting for whatever position they got left is now Sullivan. This is going to help him as Byer puts it to the bottom. Sullivan looking to rip the high side. Not the run that he would have wanted. As Byer defended low, but up front, Dusty Strayer, a picture-perfect Saturday in micro. Goes back-to-back at the end of it. Across the line in 2nd goes Byer, holds on from Shep Sullivan, and a Sampson. And Hartford Ellis, your top 5.
A strong day for Dusty Strayer, I think, and a momentous builder for him, because Had a ton of it in the winter. It's carried over into the spring. I think Dusty Strayer's proving he's taken a massive leap in his development as a driver here in the early goings of this campaign. Now, it's going to be the question, does he carry that into his outer race here this afternoon for heat number
2? We'll see. So a lot more getting set to come our way. Skyno to Baker, they finished a little bit further back to Adrian, Cohen Scott, DeShong, Hartford Ellis, Sampson, Sullivan and Byron. And we talked about Dusty Strayer on how commanding he has been so far on the Saturday. Just moments away from Mini Swift from hitting the racetrack. Welcome back as we get ready to go racing with our Mini Swifts for the second heat race of the day. Heat 1 was all about one kid by the name of Brody Stoffel. Looking to back up a great result at the end of heat race number 1 here to start off heat race number 2, Justin.
Yes, indeed. They'll start on the pole alongside Samuel Chavarie here today. Marshall Steves, Owen Cool Santos will start in the top 4. Then you have the Roulette will start alongside Lisa. Those top 6 looking to fight quickly in front of Wyatt White and Landry Bridges. Hamburg and Sampson would, oh, by the way, your big mover last race, Tyler Blackwood at the tail. Watch for Blackwood to potentially do it again here with a little hotter conditions.
Yeah, we'll see if anybody can deny Brody Stoffel to close off the Saturday in Mini. Chavarie starting alongside him on row number 1 with Steves, Polo Santos, Jolivet, Elisa, White, Bridges, Hamburg, Sampson, and Blackwood. Keep an eye on the 128 as he looks to work his way through this field. Let's keep an eye on the start here, Justin, as we get ready to go racing. Heat race number 2 for Mini Swift is green.
Oh, how about 3 wide immediately for a moment? The Ursulon Machines trying to fight on behind quickly, but Stoffel already having to go defensive, gets bumped from behind and bumped out from the top 3. Stoffel to the back of the field with a shot from behind from the get-go.
In this field, side by side already, Stoffel. Again, you talked about him. He's almost, it looks like, third to last on the racetrack. Chavarie's there, then to Santos, Elisa, who have all kind of taken advantage of what's transpired.
Steves, I think, was the one who made the contact there on the back of Stoffel. Forced him to go a little bit quicker than he was expecting mid-corner, went wider onto the edge of the rumble strips. And now, just like that, have to go right back on offensive to have a chance to recover the positions and points. We'll say, Steves, he's getting some help here. No, he's not. Going to get Freight Train with 2 more to the inside. Immediately, some of the moves are on. As here we go.
Tyler Blackwood gets the move done in a 16. Here comes White, though, and Stoffel looking to make it 3 wide to the bottom of the racetrack. He's clear before the corner. That's going to allow him to open up and regain some of the time lost. Looking to hunt down the leaders. As now Elisa, they're 3 wide. White goes to the wayside. Elisa's off, as well as 1 more of Hamburg. who gets sent to the wayside.
A little bit of chaos there. That included the 163 going for the slide in Jovelette, who goes off the circuit. Correction there, that was the driver initially on the bump there in that contact. And Steves trying a little bit of a send too, losing a ton of momentum as a result. Oh, by the way, Blackwood saying, thank you very much for the carnage. I'll just take the free real estate.
Well, he tried it there, right, in turn 10. And Steves was able to go right back by. But it has helped him out a little bit more. Maybe made it a little bit easier to get up to this position a little bit earlier with everything that's kind of gone on up for the lead and all the battling, so on and so forth. It's made it easier for Tyler to work his way into frame. The top three now, single file, is looking to the bottom. Blackwood looking to go. Inside for Tyler Blackwood. Does he get it? He does, up to fourth.
Now has to work quickly to make sure to get back into the draft for the top three or so, because guess what? Stoffel's already recovered those spots. Santos in the race lead as well. Made the swap last time by the flag stand. So this is not done yet. Stoffel knows the elbows have already come out. The boxing gloves are out. The second they start fighting, they'll immediately get Blackwood the run. There's the squeeze off.
Oh, and a big off there. Just went a little wide there for Tyler Blackwood, up and over the puddle. We talked about the standing water, still very much there on the exit of turn number 8. And Blackwood just gets showered pretty much as he was looking to go just the lane outside of Stoffel and company. But again, he got shuffled third to last for the 129. And it's taken him about 4 laps to go back for the lead. Turn 15, Brody Stoffel back to the point.
What does that say about his resiliency, I guess you could say here, Caleb?
Well, it says a lot, right? Because, again, you were shuffled to the wayside after an incident at the start of the race, putting your head down, making moves, driving like a man possessed to get back up to the front, and then open up your gap as much as he is already after just corners of leading, not even a complete lap, but to build this gap. This says a lot about the character of the driver in the 129. To put your head down and just get back forward, get back going.
Absolute desire to lead, and Stoffel's in control. Blackwood, by the way, great pass we've seen moments ago on Santos as well, to slip on by. So those two, I think, if you pair them together in a race, especially for the final, if Blackwood does this a third time tomorrow morning, I think there's a strong chance it's going to be the 120 or the 129, possibly doing up at the front. I'm calling the shot now, just with the fact they've been so equal on pace all this entire weekend in the first place.
Well, here's that second group with the likes of Tyler Black. Now it's turning into the third group, really. Stoffel in a group of his own. It's a one-man show up front. Chavarri's right there in second, Steves. And then back to Blackwood into Polo Santos there. Just on the edge of the top 5, both of them, 4th and 5th.
All of this is still to where, I think for now, with 50 seconds to go, for the air paddle packs, it's quite simple. Where do you see the speed fare out? What do you need to adjust for tomorrow morning? Those are the two things right now. You see that at the back of the group, for example, 8 seconds back. Some of these drivers probably thinking, where can they go to the drawing board, or better yet, stay out of trouble this time out for tomorrow. Like Dovalette in particular, I think you could argue in terms of the 163 count. But right now, time ticks away. This back of the group, now to the middle of the group, about to see some shuffling potential for second. Steves thought an initial move, didn't fake out Chavarri though. Steves waiting for the chance to pull the pin and go. Knows there isn't anybody behind to provide pressure if he wants to make the pass here.
We got an eye on it here. Steves, Chavarri, and back to Blackwood and Santos. All single file line, and Chavarri just looking to hold position over Steves here. You see him just going maybe a couple of tires outside of what Chavarri's going. Looking to set something up to go through for a second. But Blackwood's arrived on the scene. He's now 4th. He's looking to make it third, as he's looking to make it 2 for 1. Turn number 10, Tyler Blackwood to second. Wow. What a move there, Justin.
I think quite simply, Blackwood's got a lot of grip built up into this kart to make lines like that stick. Has been really good on those passes all throughout the charges today. Mealy, though, losing the spots back. Knew that was going to happen, though, potentially in his case, because the two behind him wanting to work together here late in this one.
Now going to the bottom, Chavarie looking to hold him off. Steves is there. Blackwood still very much there. And now rejoining and back in a frame is Polo Santos, the second group, providing some great action. As Blackwood looking across him, Chavarie, they're gonna go side by side. Turn number 5. Santos looking for the inside, gets into the side of Blackwood, who's out of shape, holds on to it. That's a save and a half there out of Blackwood to keep it pointed forward.
Blackwood nearly overdrove some of these corners here, trying to charge to the inside initially. Now needs to rebuild up the run. Looks like the chance is there again. He's been very good in turn 10. This is one of the best karts, I think, in 10 all day.
Just a great run out of turn number 8, up to 9. Gets out of that corner so much better than everybody else. The only downside to that, though, by making moves into turn 10, you put yourself up at the front of this group whenever the draft is just right there for everybody else. Learning maybe a little bit from a lap prior, puts himself to the bottom. Chavarie looked to catch him by surprise in 16, not gonna happen. This is all 2 seconds. Now 4 seconds behind Brody Stoffel, who's running away with it here. Gone from this field. As now Chavarie looking for the inside. They're gonna go side by side. Having a brush on the brakes, having a check up, which has brought Steves with a move around the outside up for third. What a display out of these kiddos.
Absolute phenomenal battle, we'll say. Absolute phenomenal drive again from the back to front for the 128. But still, Chavarie, thought is, don't lose the ground already. Santos picking up some water on the tires, loses a little bit of ground, cost them some ground, all well. They can still opt for Steves to set up one more chance. Blackwood's gonna have to hug hard to the inside coming up.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest opportunities, but all that is behind the 129 of Brody Stoffel. He started first, went back to almost last, and back up to first, and you would have never known that this kid had to work his way through this field throughout this race, because he put 5 seconds and even more on this field, as here comes the second group to the line. Blackwood holds on. In 8 seconds, it looks like, I think maybe a little, 6 seconds, sorry, 6 plus is the gap that Stoffel was able to put, and you would have never known that Stoffel was third to last at the start of this race here, Justin.
No, not whatsoever, especially since that would have put him at least a couple seconds back initially. I think that just kind of solidifies how wild things were at the beginning of this one, Caleb, to set up what was probably one of your drives of the day so far. Fastest lap 2 goes to Stoffel.
And breathe. Yes. Again, how many times have we been able to, or have we had to say that the display of racing here has been phenomenal so far today. And one of the best ones was the T4 seniors that are getting themselves fired up to go green for heat race number 2.
Welcome back, everyone, to today's coverage as it's time for T4 Senior, the Tillotson, heading to the racetrack here as we find out how quickly they want to battle it out here. I think very quickly is going to be your obvious answer, but is it going to be really, really, really quickly? Or is it going to be another form of how many reallys you have? In all seriousness, Derek Wargo was the pole sitter, we'll remember earlier on. That'll see them at the front over Rick and Seville. Then you throw in the mix. You have Questo going to be starting in the top 3, Henry in the top 4 were the initial drivers, part of those qualifying competitors. Remember, that's shuffled eventually with the official lineup. Henry, in turn, gets the 3rd spot for this upcoming order. And a lot of the others, quite simply, are going to think, what can they do with how things went last time? Remember, Heat 1 went the way of Seville. Officially, Wargo was relegated down to 4th once the official order was tallied. Looks like everyone's all set to go. Just about ready to get the fire off. Wargo looking to start things off on the inside. Seville stares him down intently from the outside. Green, green, green. We're underway for T4 Senior Heat number 2.
And Seville wasting no time to move himself to the bottom there on Derek Wargo, who has the inside. And we saw how elbows out their first heat race was. You gotta expect the exact same here for the second time around. Eric Questo, Luca Reina, they started further back as Seville, turn number 5, gets himself to the point. But one move, that's all that's needed for the rest of the pack to just be brought right back into it. We talked about how different a lot of things are. The Maxxis tires is one of the big topics that we talked about in Speedsportz. And again, still something new, just a little bit of a harder tire for these Tillotson drivers.
Yeah, and in turn, I think these drivers have done well with those compounds, with that compared to softer one. It is going to impact as well how the tire heat builds up in theory here, Caleb, also, because that impact how quickly it goes, how these carts really build up that, and in turn, how that curve goes in terms of the heat itself.
Yeah, very, very good point. And that's, again, another one of the things that you could adjust. Tire pressure, which is so important, as now Wargo looking to the bottom, turn number 1 on Seville. And Seville already looking to set up the crossover. They're side by side. They're going into 4 and 5. We're going to see a lot of that. It almost feels, again, strange to call it pass for the lead because of how many of them we're probably going to see throughout this race here, Justin.
I think as well, though, it's important to mention Henry's done a good job off the rip to keep up here because, remember, those aren't in some of the battles early on in the last one. This time, Henry seems to be in a position to pounce. Just riding on, biding his time is what you can do here. And you know for certain, one of the things probably worked upon is where could you find the extra little marks that those two are doing in front of you on their braking points. For good reference, remember, second for Henry in the winter warm-up. After all, Henry this time going to have to figure out a way to get closer because the technical areas heading up to that straightaway are still seeing Seville and Wargo just work together like last race at the end of it.
Yeah, but this is a big difference, huge 180 to what we saw to kick off heat race number 1 for the Tillotsons, Justin. All-out brawl first couple laps. This time, yes, we do have some fighting, maybe not as much as what we saw in heat race number 1. This one almost seems tame compared to what we've seen since, you know, the T4s came off the racetrack to just at the end of their first heat race. You've seen a lot throughout the entirety of the day, but this one's going to start to heat up. Henry now looking to play spoiler with the 2 in front of him, get himself maybe a spot better, and as soon as that happens, opens the door for the likes of Foxworth, Gonzalez, Reina, Graves, you know, the drivers that we've seen race up at the front, or that we saw race up at the front in heat race number 1, gives them an opportunity to get brought into this mix.
Yeah, it kind of just, again, needs Wargo and Seville to just not settle down. Look at the run once again. This is where it really picks up coming out of 14. Right here, Wargo and Seville just get that extra little boost coming off of 14, build up the gap. This is different than our classes because of how the engine package works with the torque. Here's the battle that they need, though, for some of the others. No, Seville couldn't keep it planted coming out of the final corner.
Now Wargo takes it to the bottom there. Seville again just trying to take a wider arc on the exit of turn number 1. And again, just going a lane higher than Wargo, looking for something. Looking for a way around, really. Wargo, he's gonna find it. Turn number 5, Reagan Seville. Goodness gracious, what a move. To get himself clear into turn number 5. Davis Henry goes by as well for second.
Exactly the move I think Henry needed there was get the lunge done and make the move, take advantage of the opportunity with the slow up for Wargo. Here's the big part. I think you have to watch for Henry how he plays things out this time. Has a drafting partner behind this time. Is that going to help counter him being at the back of the pack last time? Get him a little boost. Looks like Seville already knows the danger is on. Some aggressive moves to the inside yet again for the front 3. Henry seems hungry, and it looks now that he's got somebody behind him, that nullifies what the issue was when he was the driver with no help behind.
And Seville's going to go to the bottom. Wargo looking to follow him. Henry opens up to the high side. Wargo's got Henry for second. And Questo just looking to close down the gap to the top 3. Still a good ways back. Needs more battling from these drivers up here in Seville. Just goes to the low side in turn number 5, right? Already showed Wargo way by. And in turn number 8, he's going to give him an opportunity. All that Wargo's going to need to go back by on him for the lead. Derek Wargo, turn number 8, back to the point, and goes defensive in a 10. And Questo's coming now. The driver in 4th has been slowly chipping away at the gap as the top 3 continue to battle.
4/10 picked up by Questo last time by the stripe. This time through has to be upwards of nearly a second just about with the pickup. That's how much they've started to battle up front here. It's a little bit tougher to get the runs once Wargo leads from what I've noticed on the trend so far. But right now, as the clock reaches zeros, this time through, it's 2 laps to go. Seville needs to time up these runs because it seems Wargo is so good in the 3rd sector right now compared to Seville and Henry. And now, it's the matter of, can Wargo get himself an opportunity to prevent Seville from checking him to the inside? Side by side they go.
Oh, and Seville looking for a lane low. He's got it into turn 7. Now Henry looking to set up the crossover. Turn number 8. Outside for Henry. Wargo crosses them both up. Questo's right there in 4th. Seville slots to 2nd. Goodness gracious, T4 Senior is delivering on Saturday here, Justin. And Wargo, again, he's put on the back foot and so quick to respond there. Great way to put himself back in the lead of it all.
A phenomenal pass again, but really, it's, again, you have to get this done by the start, if not the middle of Sector 2. That's the only way to beat Wargo, it seems, because the run has been so hard to build up for the final sector. With the white flag out this time, though, Wargo's got the biggest advantage of the race so far for the race lead. Is that going to last is the huge question. It does take a bit still with the draft poll to get this closed up, and 3rd and 4th have lost ground with all that also.
And that's how quickly, right, these gaps can change. That's how quickly this race can open up. As Questo still looking for a way by there on Davis Henry. He's not going to get it. For now, I should say. But Seville's going to get a little bit of a toe there. Wargo knows it, puts himself to the bottom of turn number 10. Not giving Seville just a way by, not giving him a door. Not opening a door, I should say, for Seville.
Yeah.
This time bound to the backstretch. Wargo just looking, right? Kind of just looking at Seville, who's kind of sizing up Derek Wargo on this back straightaway.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, Seville looked for the outside move in the final corner. Didn't happen. And with 2 tires into the grass as Wargo held on. And that shuffled him. I think it might have been something post-race that shuffled Seville down to 5th. Henry 2nd, Questo, Reina Seville, Gonzalez, Foxworth, Graves, and Norman. So the 500 of Seville assessed the blocking penalty in this race.
And you can't afford to be uber aggressive on the defense in that regard. Yes, you want to defend, but there's only so much you can do in terms of that. You can't massively try and cut off lines. Derek Wargo in turn. Good at drive, have speed in the third sector, timed up perfectly.
Well, we're going to step aside here for a moment. Our youngest superstar is getting ready to go onto the racetrack. 206 Kid Karts coming up next.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. Long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us.
Kid Karts are rolling as the youngsters get themselves flowing. Underway for Kid Karts and Reddick already onto the jump. But to get the launch immediately and break away from the rest of your youngsters.
Business as usual up front for the 75, getting himself to the point of this field. And then further back for second, likes of Anderson, Maxwell, Beckett, Boudreaux. Or you could flip those two around. Boudreaux's now in second. Maxwell, the driver, in third. With Brassard, or I should say Sullivan Baudouin is actually the driver in fourth at the moment. A little bit of shuffling going on here.
Yeah, just for the most part, these drivers just trying to figure out where the best lines again are, right? And these kids in particular, we know have their various different pathways to get here. I think for a lot of these parents too, it's going to be the excitement of seeing how much they're able to perform at this level. And because if you're racing here, you have a child that looks to eventually take karting seriously if they aren't already, and think about that as a future path as they grow up and rise to the racing ranks.
That's essentially what it's all about here, Justin, just improving week after week. Every time you hit the racetrack. That's what's important here for the Kid Kart drivers. As Boudreaux now puts himself in second, Maxwell third, Baudouin fourth, and Grayson Hollis, the driver who puts himself in fifth.
Yep, all of them staying pretty steady, noticing from the early launches at the moment, but this battle for second's not going to end for a little while because Maxwell in particular seems to have little bits of straight line, but the cornering, Boudreaux just continues to attack things pretty well, get himself a small cushion, makes it difficult for Maxwell to get the bounce back immediately. So really, out of this choo-choo train, it's the question, will there be a bit of a slip up for the 95 on one of the entries to open the door, or can Maxwell find a little bit extra in terms of how much they're having to push, obviously, with the full speed of this kart to get something going here? You see, there it is. Maxwell thinking about the run to the inside. Might get some help, will get some help. Nope.
Slots back in the line. Very well said there, Justin. Nope.
I guess the help didn't like the run initially. They said that wasn't enough of a run for us to do it.
Yeah, I mean, you got a good exit there. Anderson did turn 14, and then again, when they're on the limiter there for that long, it's just hard to really make a move. Gonna need a good push from behind from Sullivan Baudouin. Now it's gonna happen in a turn number one. You can say yes to that, Justin. Yeah. Anderson Maxwell getting clear for second over Beckett, Boudreaux, and then up above Sullivan Baudouin.
I mean, I will say that kind of showcases some of the smartness there of realizing if I just leave this to the inside line, it's not going to magically just get 3 miles an hour quicker. It's you need the push. In that case, the push didn't feel like the run was there for Baudouin in particular. So now Maxwell with that pass with the initial run seen out can just try and see, will the gap be able to up a little bit? I think Maxwell is a touch bit quicker straight line. That's going to help right now to stay ahead of this 95 from the second spot.
Yeah, so the gap for the lead continuing to increase. 2.6. What Reddick has over this field. It's Boudreaux. Adam Maxwell is looking to respond. Turn number 15. Is he going to be close enough? Both of them right on the limiter. Oh, and off the racetrack there for Boudreaux. Just having to go. Sorry, that's Maxwell there. Maxwell having to go off.
I don't know if he necessarily needed to go off there or if he just didn't get the kart to turn the way. Oh, no!
These two side by side. Baudouin gets it on the side there of Maxwell. And again, yeah, it was close going to the chicane. That was a gutsy move there out of Boudreaux. But as you're going in there, I really don't blame Anderson for going off, right? That corner closes up quickly, and we talk about how violent these curbs are for the older classes. Imagine how that'd be from one of the Kid Kart drivers going up and over one of those. So I would say smart in a way to kind of avoid that, allowing his competitor to go through, maybe avoiding contact.
Is that going to be an issue with the bumper, though? You see the 99, that isn't 90 degrees in terms of the straightness on Maxwell's bumper now. It is a little bit askew from the left to right. Is that going to be an issue for him now for the post race, potentially, for the 99? Still is attached, but right now is just a little lower on the right from that second bounce.
Well, again, all these drivers looking over the shoulder. This is that second group. This is all the way back to Hollis, Grayson Hollis, who's, well, I should say Hollis now able to get ahead of Maxwell there. But Brassard's in currently 6th, with Salazar right behind him, then Chaparro, McCullum, Montez, Lorang, and Bird, your drivers in this field.
Now, my question will be, real quickly, how much did the run come up for Hollis? Remember, Hollis was amongst those had their moments last race in the 97 kart. This time, right on the limiter, just not able to get enough, I think, to really get there. You could see actually took a compromised line that cost him more ground, in fact, to Baudouin. Now builds it up again as Maxwell, once more, takes an offset line as well. Just those little minute mistakes on the line is causing enough of a gap for a kart length or two to take away a realistic shot for a lap or so.
Well, this time ball in the backstretch. These drivers were single file as they worked their way through Baudouin. There's a lane lower there into the corner in comparison to Boudreaux. You see him just kind of staggering himself, right? Looking for a way by. White flag in the air. And we haven't seen much of the 75. That's because he's 5 seconds clear of this field. Just pulling away. Young field this year here in Kid Kart. Havard Reddick only 6 years old. A couple of these other ones, Sullivan, I believe, is 7 or 8. And a couple more, but this field, again, we talk about how young it is in the starting point for a lot of these young drivers. Some of these kiddos only 6. A couple others 7, and very few of them 8. I think Sullivan, one of those, indeed, racing here in the Kid Kart class. And again, stars of the future, if you will, here, Justin.
These are the drivers that you're going to see up to the ranks for the next few years, if not the next decade and a half, for a reason. You have to start somewhere in that. Want to get into racing, you eventually have to find your way into the kart. And at this point in life, we see this with the top drivers. Get seat time early, get them opportunities early. You get an opportunity to showcase what you can do, just like what we've seen with Reddick up at the front, and what we've seen for a lot of these drivers here. Reddick will come his way on through to the checkered and come away with a dominant Heat 2 win, more than 5 seconds.
Business as usual for the 75. Further back, everybody else, fists in the air. These kiddos are happy. Boudreaux across line second, Baudouin, Hollis, Maxwell, and more. That was your top 5. At the end of it all, Brassard to Salazar, McCullum, Chaparro, Montez, Lorang now crossing the line, and back to Hal Bird. 12 drivers total to close off the Kid Kart class. Now, time to move up a couple age groups. KA Junior coming up next.
Take a look at your grid for heat number 2. Tyrone Kemper Jr. for the KA Juniors will lead things off over Nico Orbezo. Then it'll be Easton Cox in row number 2. Mason Berry alongside Alex Chandler in the 5th spot. Jackson Boldis in 6th. Styles and Lauren amongst those in the top 8. You see some of the other drivers though. We already seen some rock, paper, scissors having a bit of fun on the pickup for the Smarts, who will have the chance to do rock, paper, scissors from victory lane after heat 2 here.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do as they get back going in the back of the field. What a really exciting first heat race for all these junior drivers. Orbezo needing to recover here. Important that Iron Rock machine gets himself a good result for a starting spot on Sunday. And Kemper Jr., always fast here at NOLA Motorsports Park.
I mean, it is a home race for him in the city from the region, ready to fiercely battle. Remember last race, it was for most of the field an effort to try and break him up from the front and try and get around him. Let's find out how things go this time as the KA100 juniors are ready. Kemper Jr. keeping them a slow roll for the green flag. We're underway. Orbezo gets passed already by one driver to the flags.
Westfall is out in turn number 1 and into the flags. As everybody else able to work their way by. We lost one at the start.
But it's still on for the race lead though. Kemper Jr. felt a lot of footsteps initially entering some of these corners. Orbezo wants his second back. Gets himself pushed around. Berry to the outside. Orbezo loses ground. Not the best of launches for the whole shot initially for Orbezo. Is now going to potentially fall back to 5th. Make it 6th. Make it near 7th. Orbezo gets shuffled again.
And again, Orbezo now back just on the edge of the top 5. He's outside of it now. With Kemper Jr. leading this field away. Easton Cox in 2nd. And then a Mason Berry who puts himself 3rd. Jackson Boldis in 4th. And Kemper Jr. leads this field away with the conclusion of lap number 1.
And I will say for Kemper Jr., we mentioned definitely has the courage here and the encouragement to do well. But what do you feel about Kemper Jr. and his skill set? Because to me at least, he's been always a very fast driver, especially in these types of events where you give him an opportunity to get track position. He usually capitalizes on it.
And I think he's proven himself time and time again, right? Not only on the national level, but also here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. And here in New Orleans specifically, he's been put in situations where he's been pressured, but he always finds a way to respond. And that's really important, right? We talked a little bit earlier with Brody Stoffel and the character to work your way back to this field. That's what's important for a lot of these drivers. And it's no surprise that Tyrone Kemper Jr. has the number 1 plate for the 2nd year in a row in this division because of how good he's been in KA Junior. As a rookie, he won the championship. Last year, he backed it up. And this year comes in looking for another one, right? So this is, again, he has been the driver to be here for 2 years running. And now he's challenged. This weekend not going to be easy by no means. As Boldis looked for a mover on the high side on Berry. Now looking to go for the lead. Catching Kemper Jr. by surprise. He gets bogged down. Mason Berry goes to the point.
Not done yet. Kemper Jr. straight back to the inside. Covers it off. Makes the move again. Nicely done up through 5, 6, 7, and 8. And yet again, look who's making up some ground. Orbezo. Do you see the red mist when you initially lose so many spots off the jump? Possibly. He's already to 3rd as here they go again. A lot of battling to the back of the group also as some of the drivers like Styles getting some argy-barginess. 4 spots back here.
How about one of the rooks picking up some spots? Clayton Styles into the top 10. He was down a spot from the start, and he gets himself clear through there. Now we look up at the front. Mason Berry look to go. Orbezo going to rip the high side. Berry opens up wide as well. Orbezo side by side, door to door with Berry, looking to look for a way by. He doesn't have it. Austin Wyatt to the high side as well. Contact Mason Barrier to the back of Nico Orbezo off the racetrack for the 820. And a scary incident. Orbezo continues, and he's in second after Barrier just got up onto the side of him. Wow.
Very chaotic, to say the least. Once again, parts went flying again. Orbezo, for their measure, right now in the popcorn seat. And Kemper Jr., I think, has realized this race is a lot more intense here, and right now needs to figure out a way to just not bleed spots. The further back you go, the more likely you risk potential contact at this point of the type of battling we see.
And again, Kemper going to go to the low side. Balda's going to stay to the high side. He's going to push Orbezo. Styles is going to bail out. He's looking to go low. Everybody else as well, just choosing a lane, finding a way, looking for their own way by. And Kemper again puts him to the bottom. Moore joining this lead pack. Farfan's right there. Emmett Eddles has joined. Theo Mitchell, Tanner Barsh, the MSL CRGs are driving their way forward. Eddles is right there. And on the inside, Baldus is looking to go on Styles. They come together. Emmett Eddles, I think he was able to get clear for a second. He is. He's up to fifth.
We're only 5 minutes in, coming up this time through, coming up to 6. These drivers are racing like there was only 10 seconds left in the entire event, including laps. Right now, some of the others, though, need to sort out quickly. Tanner Barsh amongst those side by side.
He's gone to the wayside. Tanner Barsh was looking to hold on to it around the outside, going into turn number 9. Up and over the curve that just threw him into the grass. He's able to get back going, but the rookie getting roughed up here. I don't know what's his second start in TSRS racing action in the junior ranks. The Mini Swift champ.
Yeah, Kemper Jr. at the front of this, though. Gonna have coming up to, I think, 3 to go based on time. Yes, they have less than 30 seconds still on the clock. Orbezo, hard inside, got the cut. Took away the lead, recovery complete. Easton Cox takes it back.
Aston Wyatt out of nowhere, catches him by surprise. Orbezo right back into turn number 4. So many names, so much to call. Something new, someone new every single lap. K.A. Jr. is delivering here on Saturday for heat race number 2. And for the most part, we've kept them all. As Orbezo, we talked about how important a recovery in heat race number 2 was important for that young man. He's got it this time, putting himself up at the front. Now further back, Chandler looking to go on teammate and Styles. He's not clear. Emmett Eddles is right behind him, with Barsh back in line. When you talk about the opportunities these drivers have been given, again, you're shuffled back, you get back in. That's actually Theo Mitchell, second year in the division. Theo Mitchell is right there inside of the top 10. How about the Iceman?
This is absolutely phenomenal racing, to say the very least here. Right now, I don't think this is done yet. They're still squabbling for about 6 on back right now, but Orbezo, Wyatt, Kemper Jr. and company waiting for the right place to go again. Wyatt up 10 is your hard charger of the race for a reason.
What a drive out of that young man, up to second on the AR Academy OTK machine there. He's just been chasing him down, picking him off, led this race for about a corner, and then Orbezo responded into turn number 4. Now they work their way out of 8, into 9. Orbezo holds on. Baldus looking on the inside of Kemper. Not enough through there. Kemper just able to carry the momentum around the high side to stay ahead. But again, we're just getting closer and closer to the end. Orbezo knows it. Wyatt knows it, who's been really patient with Nico as this one continues to draw to a close. This time by a couple of corners. Should be the white flag this time in the air. Everybody pointing forward. 2 to go. 2 laps to go on Saturday for K.A. Jr. for heat race number 2.
Got the 2 lap to go mark at the flag stand. They're not done yet. Kemper Jr. got the shower line. Now they're squabbling again. Kemper Jr. loses 2 more spots. Yet again, Baldus Cox amongst those right in position to take advantage yet again. And that showcases again, so important on when you make the lane choice and how much if you open up the inside, someone's going to dive underneath. And now Orbezo's got a huge margin.
You got to think Aston White, right? 2 laps to go. Did he wait maybe a little bit too long? Everybody else was antsy to go, right? And that just didn't benefit the 821 at all. Luckily for him, he's got 1 more lap the next time around to chase them all back down. Jackson Baldus is right there. Easton Cox is right behind him. And both of the high five machines looking to work their way up to the lead as Kemper now through for 4th. He's clear. Chandler's clear as well. And now Wyatt is fed into Styles as Wyatt going to the defensive, looking to hold position.
Right now, Kemper doing anything too far back to try and go for the lead unless they start to really find a way up there to fight. Solid effort again, but once more, came down to who would get the musical chairs. It's not done yet, though, because Arbezo's getting his gap destroyed just like that. Look at Baldus and Cox. Bumper to bumper, charging up fast. They're within drafting distance. They're within 3 cart lengths. They need to get another cart length or 2 for the backstretch.
Here they go. This is, again, we've seen these gaps close right on down as soon as they come out of turn 14. A long run to 15. Orpezo's just got to hold them off for a straightaway. You know he's going to look over the shoulder, see how much he's got to the 2 drivers behind him. They're not going to be close enough. Baldus looking to catch him by surprise in 16. Not there. Orbezo holds on in heat race number 2 to take the win and recover after a, again, heartbreaking ending to the first of the heat races on the day. Orbezo takes it in heat race number 2.
Did have some provisional shuffles, but Baldus got bumped down to 6th actually in the end. So Kemper Jr. still in the Heat 2 podium, but Orbezo, talk about a recovery from the initial start, got shuffled as low as the battle for 6th on lap number 1 here, Caleb. Comes back within about 3 minutes to charge up to the battle for the race lead and hold off the pack as, for the most part, everyone kept it smart. Mason Berry amongst those that plummeted down the order to 20th in the very end, though.
Well, again, another barn burner getting ready to go out. 206 senior is moments away. Well, 206 senior delivered earlier on today to kick things off. And we get ready to do it again. Carter Kilgo and Jackson Young, a couple of youngsters lead us to the green flag with Braden Domain and Cameron Reed on row number 2. Seville and Frank on row 3. Kelvin Zing and Samuel Young on row number 4.
Row number 5, McDonough and Krause. Then it's Lincoln alongside John Mayo in the drop position. Matthew Ruth down in 13th. Vinny Crow down in 14th. Paul Braden alongside Shelby Ramirez, top 16.
Lucas Caceres, Holton Edwards, Jeremy Lee, Colton Brazier. Your top 10 rows, top 20 starters. And Kart Racing Solutions, 206 senior. Go back to your last couple. Jacob Oliver worked his way through the field in the first one. Starts alongside Abby Lindvall, Adam Nunez, Labrado Fuentes, Derek Wargo, and Noah Jordan. 26 total. Getting set to take the green flag for the second heat race for these 206 seniors.
very dicey last race up at the front. Let's find out how willingly dicey they get here. Kilgo ready to bring them, and we have a couple carts right down.
Oliver's into the pits. He's not going to get started. He pulled in, but the green flag's out. We go racing again. And 3 wide as Seville steals the lead from Kilgo out of turn number 1. Reed looking to slot in a second. Zing's on the outside and off the racetrack for Kelvin Zing. 2, 3 of them off. Nunez into the puddles in the infield. He's out. And the rest of the field through. Samuel Young up and over the curbs out of the exit of turn number 5. And the rest of the field works their way through, but Reagan Seville crosses them up to get things started.
Great start for Seville, to say the very least here. We've seen earlier some of the action, how intense things were getting. We see that here immediately. Oh, contact! At least 2, 3, 4 carts around.
More Ramirez is collected. One of the energies as well. That's a 628. That's around. And ending a couple of races early for some of these drivers.
Well, the intensity level knob, I think, went up to 11, didn't it, here, Caleb?
Yeah, to get things started, this is going to, again, give us a very tame, very tame race. Well, I don't want to speak too soon, I should say. It's going to give us a quieter race to start things off up at the front with the gaps as big as they are right now.
I was about to say, this is tame. It could. I can see the gaps built up right now, but Seville and Reed, they're thinking, can it be tame so it's just the 2 of us? Pretty please. But right now, Kilgo and company really finding a way to close up substantially fast, and Reed, has the speed here. Remember back, for example, to Apex, when we've seen Reed compete there every single race in that, had an opportunity to win in the heat races back in December it was. But every time got passed on the final lap in 3 separate ways over the course of the weekend in this package. Reed here today, of course, in TSRS, has been in contention so far for each of the races. Right now, Reed, I think, absolutely has a chance to break that drought here today. It's just going to take one thing. Luck, I think, is the main thing here, Caleb.
Yeah, Cameron just going to need some more here. Again, like you said, right, to put together a good string of results. As we look in with this group right here, Bryce Frank and Peyton McDonough on your screen. They're 6th and 7th respectively on the racetrack behind Jackson Young and Braden Domey.
Yep, you see them as they shuffle up to the front, though. You can see the distance is built up at least 4 corners between the leaders and that pack alone on the racetrack. Seville, 3-car breakaway with Reed and Kilgo. They have ditched the 658 as we've gone on in this. Kilgo is the one in second, mind you, for the time being, and is looking to pressurize for the race lead. Kilgo looking to try and continue the weekend sweep. There's a pass there. There's still plenty of time to plot. This, if anything, is indeed, we'll say, the calmest battle for the lead we've seen in a bit. Right now, they all know they can make it just a 3-kart race. Reed trying a different line. Doesn't work, though. Kilgo's just got that balance together to get Seville pushed forward.
As we look back in with this front pack, Kilgo now and Seville. Cameron's starting to lose a little bit of touch with these top 2. And this is really where you're going to see, the drivers with, or I should say, the drivers who have their cars really dialed in. You're going to see that start to kind of flourish a little bit here. See what they're missing maybe in comparison to others. And it's a matter of just going back to the drawing board tonight, looking to close down the gap, if you will, here, Justin.
Exactly, and right now, looking at some of the intervals previously, we were talking about 112s for drivers like Young, Frank, and company. A lot of those that are actually amongst those in this train per se. Some of them for now just haven't been there in terms of the ballpark where the speed's picked up here in the second race. The leaders are still averaging 1:11.7 now. They've reached the top of their tire temps so far for this one. So for now, it's going to be the quite adjustment period of, do you just have the kart that doesn't have the exact pace compared to the others? Is it to the driver? All those things definitely come into the back of the mind, or it's definitely going to be something you talk to the mechanic to find what do you tell your mechanic to adjust for the next time out. So like a couple of the drivers will take some argy-barginess and some switches. Remember Derek Wargo in that conversation where he was originally a front qualifier, had to start at the back, obviously, with post-race reviews for qualifying. Wargo's actually flying all of a sudden. Wargo is up about 15 spots, a chance for 16 the next moment. He is absolutely putting on phenomenal pace. He is quicker than a vast majority of those in the lead pack, by the way. By the way, the lead group has ditched Reed. Reed's lost the draft. It's now Seville and Kilgo in control with about 10 seconds left of the clock.
We look here with this group further back. They're 3 wide onto the front stretch. Frank onto the brakes, looking to just not force the issue. Wargo's there. They're side by side. Lankin on the VLR for Over Under Racing is in that pack, as well as Rafael Kraus into the side of Frank. Moves him up the racetrack, and now Kraus, he's got a couple coming with him. Lincoln's still there with Wargo. They're side by side. Now Samuel Young is there, and Frank looking to regain a little bit of the positions lost.
Trying to figure out it as quick as possible because you see the run on the outside. Frank getting bundled up here and then some as a result of the runs that we're seeing to pop up here. And at this point, we know how aggressive things are getting. We know Bryce Frank last year had good speed when we see him on the racetrack in the various broadcasts as well. Just going to be the tough thing of they've lost so much ground because Wargo, who's now the caboose of the splintered off group, has already built up 7 kart lanes, all from that one little, about 10 seconds of battling here. There goes Wargo again, though, an air pass.
Yeah, good move there out of Derek Wargo, turn 16, getting himself clear. White flag in the air, 1 to go. And up front, Seville and Kilgo starting to battle with Domain and Reed looking to close on in. Kilgo goes to the outside, looking to cross up Seville in any way that he can. They work their way now out of 7 into 8. Kilgo looking to the inside, turn number 8, he's got it. Seville looking to set up an over-under. He's still with a nose down low. Onto the brakes. And it turning into the inside of turn number 10. A lot of respect shown there out of Kilgo, giving Seville the space. And that was smart, though. Big run coming out of turn number 14.
Looking for the setup. There's the cut on the inside of 14. Side by side. Seville on the outside. Kilgo on the inside. Even down the backstretch. Here comes the rest of the group in the popcorn seat. But it's going to be up in front, still side by side, still not done. Seville looks for the crossover lane.
Here we go, coming to the line, drag race, second time in a row. Who's gonna get it? And it's gonna be Carter Kilgo, 2 in a row in heat racing action. Gets it done. And he played that finish perfectly against Seville, crossing him up, turn 14, and the run to the line. 2 for 2 on the day for Kilgo. This kid is on a hot streak. The 6:04, impressive through all the pressure to get it done. Domain and Reed missing a little bit in comparison to the leaders. We'll see what they can find as they flip the page and get ready for tomorrow. But Carter Kilgo, what a drive out of that kid. He goes into Saturday with the best average finish on the day. And further back, a great battle with Paul Braden and a couple more as they cross the line. But we saw a couple of them collected at the start of it all. We go racing with 206 Cadet after the break.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tilton T4 Series is pure spec racing, same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter, I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney, Turney in the dirt.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Today, I'm gonna show you how to protect those ribs in the seat. We're doing core. Exercise number 1 is the bench leg raise. Controlled all the way down, full range of motion. Make sure you pick up that tailbone off the pad. Coming down, controlling. Great for the lower abdomen area and obliques. Floor slider mountain climbers, exercise number 2. Exercise number 3, the plate loaded decline bench sit up. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Chris G Coaching, race ready training that carries into real life.
Welcome back. 206 Cadet provided an action-packed first heat race earlier on today. And they're looking to deliver another one as they get going. Drew Blem for the second time getting ready to start on the pole with Marshall Steve starting alongside him. Dusty Schrayer and Mikey Todd on road number 2.
Then row number 3, Bernie Stoffel starts the line. Sebastian Sampson, Hayden Sampson alongside Vargas amongst those in your top 4 rows. As we get set to go by the way, the rest of the page, Ellis and Anderson, as we take over the back half of the field here, Caleb.
Megan Bodois, Baron Chen, Hutton Buck, and Moore getting ready to take the green to get things started. The second of their heat races, Stoffel able to win the first one. And we'll see what he can do here.
Let's find out pretty quickly how things go. We already seen how aggressive things were earlier. Stoffel was able to recover from the aggressiveness in one of the races in Heat 2. Heat 2 now for 206 Cadet is green.
And everybody able to make it through the first little half of turn number 1 as Drew Blem holds on to his lead over Steves, and then back to Mikey Todd. What a start out of Mikey, putting himself in 3rd. Schrayer in 4th and Stoffel in 5th. This one getting started off nice and clean up at the front. The normal players that we're used to seeing up here are there. There goes Schrayer.
Yeah, and right now, keep in mind, it's going to be interesting to watch how Todd does this race. Last race had some difficulties at the very end trying to get the final spot secured, but remember Todd, if you look to his history, is one of those who runs the club scene locally here with Moore Park. Has done well in terms of those. Sportsman and CKA self-competition dominated it back in March, in fact, in that date. And had a dominant run in the Moore Park Ironman race, which is a long-distance race, along with that as well. So in our words, Todd's had some momentum in this division, especially in the region and in terms of the South as of late. And today, we'll look to try and build up from the 5th spot here today after the initial start. Steves, though, stays on the push with Blem.
Yeah, quieter start this second time around for these youngsters. As now Strayer puts himself third in line. Todd losing a little bit of time to get things started. Still very early though. It's a matter of just getting everything up to temp, right? Getting this, getting his Reed Motorsports CRG warmed up.
Just looking for the right opportunity. There's the look inside for good measure. In fact, Strayer again up the inside with the pass. Yet again, the second. Dusty Strayer looking for a chance to attack immediately. And at this point, the 222 looking to back up all the momentum he's put together. Had a lot of confidence. He'd do very well with his championship pedigree here in this series. He's on the prowl and looks hungry for the charge yet again for the race lead. He'll go for it immediately.
Tried it and again just brushed on the brakes. Smart driving there out of Dusty, who's now falling under fire as to the bottom of the racetrack. There goes Stoffel, Todd along with him, pushing each other through for second and third respectively. And you see the top of the helmet out of Stoffel. Those two working together flawlessly. They did it in Heat 1. They're doing it again here in Heat Race number 2. Looking to close down the gap to Drew Blem.
That gap's already been trimmed down substantially because Stoffel has gotten better lines. This time cuts to the inside. And once again, Stoffel is clear for the race lead. 3 carts under a blanket, and oh look, it's Todd. He's already back. That's how quickly the bounce back is here, while Strayer's fallen all the way into a battle for 4th position, at least a second behind your race leader with everything. Wild run again for Todd to bounce immediately back from a mere second and a half, 2 seconds back, up to the top 3 conversation again, Caleb.
Yeah, they're getting themselves now single file as Blem able to slot in a second with Stoffel was proven. I think now for the races that we've seen him, turn number 8 has been one of his favorite passing opportunities, right? Really able to catch drivers by surprise, halfway through the lap, able to get himself clear. And he's done that perfectly. He's done some sense so far today from a couple car lengths back, able to get himself through in turn number 8. Showing a great display of passing so far today for Stoffel.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye as well, though, on the small differences that are getting this advantage. I'm noticing Stoffel a little bit deeper into a couple of these corners and making it stick. He's got the confidence to carry the extra speed into these corners compared to Blem and Todd, and that's helping really farm the gap. Yes, the draft obviously responds back in 206s, but when you have a kart that's able to go, say, an extra, I'd say, half a second, let's say, or a quarter of a second even, in terms of distance to the racetrack further along, it's going to be able to build small buffers if you're able to get the same exit speed with the gain in the first place. Everybody else, though, you can see, though, just starting to see a splintering again of the packs because Blem's been able to keep up with the leader. Todd's not. Todd actually has fallen right back into Strayer and Steves' pack.
That's how quickly these positions can change lap after lap, right? Mikey Todd halfway through this race, I should say near the end of it now with only 40 seconds on the clock. Struggling a little bit here to keep up with the top 2. And Dusty Strayer knows it, right? They're losing a little bit of time, wants to go. And he's looking for a way by, searching for it. Not finding it just yet. And Todd asking for a little bit of help. Strayer gonna go by. Turn number 10. Strayer's clear. You can promote Strayer up to 3rd.
And was just taking an eye on the trend previously because Mikey Todd in particular had his consistency score start to plummet. He had things trended on the analytics on declining without things steadied out, and we just seen that right there. All Todd could do is try and push and try and help out Strayer to help out an opportunity to maybe pick up spots when Strayer opens up chances. Because the speed here, as the clock reaches its final moments once again, with 2 laps to go, is falling to Strayer's pace. Strayer right now has a really good pickup right now on the average compared to some of the others.
And the two of them kind of, Strayer had a little bit of a wider arc on the exit of turn number 1, with Todd taking a little bit more narrow, but no intent to pass her out of Todd. Cameron Reed on the fence line telling her young driver to push, try and get up to these two. Blem, I'm sure he's going to be sizing up Stoffel here, looking for a way by at some point in this one.
Yeah, looks like some issues.
Beckley Anderson. Beckley Anderson had something go wrong. And she was running up in 11th.
Had been a decent spot for Anderson. No longer going to be the case, as that was right into the complex, it looked like, in 3 and 4. But the race lead, question is, does Blem have enough to outweigh Stoffel, who seems so good in the middle sector? White flag is out, final time around. Blem looking for a cut to the inside, again covered up by Stoffel. Stoffel making it hard to build a run. They're still battling behind Strayer and company.
Multiple battles out here on the racetrack, with Todd rejoining Strayer, and Steve's just kind of sitting in the passenger seat waiting from something from really everybody that's ahead of him. Blem is not really challenged yet, hasn't challenged the lead, and maybe it's all part of the plan for him. Just sitting patiently with the checkered flag in hand now on the front stretch. This one getting ready to draw to a close as Stoffel checking the shoulder. He's not going to go to the bottom just yet. Blem's going to find a lane down low. It's a matter of who is going to give. Stoffel responding into turn 16. They're side by side for the lead. Drew Blem waited to the final opportunity. He's got it. Drew Blem wins heat race number 2.
And in that circumstance, I think Stoffel thought there might have been an opportunity in the final corner to get the crossover. It didn't happen. And in that circumstance, Blem just had the opportunity to pull for the draft, did so for the backstretch, takes the win.
Yeah, the idea was there out of Stoffel, just the door, the gap wasn't throughout the final corner. But again, that's why you come out here and race, right? To learn things like that, learn those nuances of where you can pass and where you can't. That concludes 2:06 Cadet. 3 to go with K Masters coming up next.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Well, the K100 Masters drivers presented by High Five Performance are in line, getting ready to start the second of their heat races on the day. Their last one on the day as well. Shane Burkett, Pierce Baldus lead us to the green, and we're underway in KA Masters. And it's a good start up front for Burkett. Everybody else further back looking to file in a line. Baldus clear for second to Howie to Miguel Mir. With a picture-perfect start, able to get a move there on Dex Knockhand, who slaughtered back in a fifth. And then you go back to Janae Din, who's a driver in sixth. But up front, Pierce Baldus getting himself right in tow with Burkett, closing down the gap. And again, after heat number one, what did you find? What did you learn? How did you improve for heat number two? That's one of the biggest questions coming into the second heat race, and we'll see how they all stack up as Burkett, a little wide there on the exit, a little out of shape. Baldus looked to go, thought about it, and thought better. As Howie's right there. Knockhand looking for a way by on Mir. He's not gonna find it. And this field continues to march its way forward, but with more within that lead group, within that lead battle. Getting things underway. Oh, two around, that's Daniel Howie. Howie going around what I was about to say, a quiet race up at the front. Has turned upside down for the 419 after a good result in heat race number one. He's facing the wrong way. Mir as well was the other one, it looked like, who had an issue there in turn 10.
A little bit of chaos popping up, absolutely, and it's still not done for the race lead here. Burkett gonna have to play some defense because Baldus has the run yet again. Baldus again gets the boost, makes the pass.
Yeah, what a move there. Pierce Baldus, turn number one, able to get himself clear. And now Burkett going back to the drawing board in second, with Knockhand closing down his gap as well in third. And I'm not even sure what exactly transpired there in turn number 10 a lap ago with Miguel Mir and Daniel Howie. Just both of them sent into the grass.
And
there's another one. Esther.
Yep, both of them having some issues here. Now another driver slow, and just like that, we're down 8 karts remaining on the racetrack. It's almost been hot lava, but with race cars, where the second you say, let's make a run, something usually goes wrong, it seems. And just like that, it's a 4-kart breakaway for the race lead. It's not done because you have Dex on the move. That 469 is hungry to make some passes quickly. One of the drivers that's local to the region that we also know was fast when we seen him appear earlier on this year.
Yeah, and he's with the Reed Motorsports team this weekend, a race at home for the entire operation, and race for him as well, which is local here to New Orleans, and his place with a lot of memories for a lot of them. That being said, for Burkett, again, memories for him here as well, where he's been able to win here a couple times. Now he's looking for it on Baldus as we work our way to the backstretch. Baldus with a look over the shoulder. And Burkett's been patient with him, real patient with him here, Justin.
Extremely patient here, I think. Burkett, I think, knows he's already got a decent spot for the finishing metric right now as we go. But I think the main thing to me is He's just waiting for the right time, because does it the wrong time, Baldus gets the chance to pull back the run. You open up the door for Wynn to be able to get the pass back immediately. So I think for now, for Burkett, it's, do I want to lose second, or do I want to be the leader and risk an aggressive move? Obviously, you want to lead, but you have to be smart about it. These types of runs right here. Burkett had a chance, but not smart to go side by side, waiting for the right opportunity to go so that it keeps into a two-cart battle for the lead, doesn't turn it into what could be up to 4 carts with the way Din's closing in. Still though, coming up to 30 seconds to go on the clock. The main thought is simple. What's going to fare out in the next moment? Here comes the run again. Burkett to the bumper. Burkett lost ground, and that's the mistake you didn't want to make. Nearly lost second from it.
He's just a little too close for comfort there, and you made a good point, right? Just being patient. It was a matter of just wanting to wait, biding his time. You can't wait all too long, right? Because Nakhan's also wanting to kind of plan his race out. And he's going to be out here to look to get a win himself. And in order to do that, he's got to get ahead of Burkett one way or another. He's got to finish ahead of him. It's a matter of when he finds that way by. And Janae Din as well has been right there in fourth. Keeping these guys right in his sights and starting to close in on them. The run out of turn 14 into 15, that long back straightaway is going to give Janae Din exactly what he needs to really get himself into this mix. Should be 2-6 in the air this time around here, Justin.
Already past 6 minutes or so on the clock here as all of them stayed about equal on the charge. No major close-ups for now. They rumble the way through. Look at that for third. Here comes Din. Opened up the door. Took the chance because the lift back is there's the double sticks. 2 laps to go. The battle's on for the top spots.
Yeah, Din there, and again, already wanted to defend for position. With the leaders giving him a little bit of time to extend their gap. Making it a one-on-one battle in the first group and in the second group. Battle for first, the battle for third. And again, we talked about how that run to turn 15 was going to benefit Janae Din so much, and again, he played it perfectly. First opportunity he got there, made the move, made it stick.
Right now it's going to be difficult to dethrone Baldus though, because remember, won last year's main here at this racetrack when it was part of the summer rotation. Now though, today looks to hold serve. Coming up through, Burkett still not closing. Look at the eye test. Baldus just is that little bit faster down the straightaway. When you see it from that angle, just could not get a response from Burkett for the draft from his case.
And then out of the chicane, you see how much Burkett closes in as they get on the brakes. It just shows you the gearing for Baldus is probably just maybe a tooth lower, maybe 2 lower than Burkett. Which is probably why we're seeing Burkett so good through this infield where he closes in, then on the back straightaway, the gap just doesn't really change. It doesn't move. For Pierce Baldus and Shane Burkett here, Justin.
Now with this being the final lap right now, it's right now Baldus' race to lose, has been able to control this for the most part since the jump. Burkett needs a major run and then some. Gets a good run coming up through the final portions of the second sector, but that final one, 13 through 14, Burkett needs a miracle, needs the boost. Look at this from the 90-degree angle, not closing up for the final stretch.
Yeah, and that's just all gearing there, all gearing. As they work their way through, Burkett was so good out of the S's section, going on to the back straightaway, and then just nothing. On the straight, Pierce Baldus holds on for another, I should say, a victory to his name this time around for Pierce. Getting it done here to close off the Saturday in K Masters. 2 for 2 in heat racing action for Pierce.
Great day so far, to say the very least, for Pierce Baldus, who is carrying momentum. Looking back at the history logs for this event in 2025, is now 1, 3 of the past 5 heat races that have taken place here combined with 2025. Good run. Here as we'll take a break. More coverage coming up. You're watching Kart Chaser.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now, this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Take a look at the racetrack as we get ready to go for our next group. We have our penultimate heat, number 2. Next up in the order, it is 206 Junior. And the juniors so far have put together a sparkler of racing today. Nico Orbezo getting ready to control things amongst your juniors. Alex Chandler up at the front. Styles and Wyatt. Then it's Theodore and Chambers, should say, was set to start amongst your top 6. Remember, was involved in the fireworks of trouble we've seen earlier. Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Mia Johnson amongst those set to start top 8 from the qualifying order. Smith and Gurrier were top 10 from the qualifying session previous. But how has that changed now with the race? We get ready to go. 206 Junior, heat number 2. Ready to go, we're underway. Bezo with a clean launch up from the start as it's side by side for second. Chandler immediately amongst those trying to get to defensive maneuvers. All while Bezo gets poked on the inside by Styles. Styles with a jump. Everybody else is 3-1 in the mid-pack. A crazy start in towards the teens as they're still 3-1 with a race leader swap around.
A lot of calamity going on to start things off. One of them way off the racetrack. Looking out of our tower here, Justin. But for the most part, the majority able to keep on going, and that was Thomas there. That went off. Thomas Smith in the 309 into the puddle, able to hold on, but Orbezo's been shuffled back in this field. He's on the edge of the top 10 as Johnson gets sent on the wayside. It looked like potentially Johnson, one of the CRGs that was sent up and over the curb there. Not sure if that was Mia indeed, but we'll get a quick ID on who that was. That being said, up front, Clayton Styles is your leader. To Alex Chandler and Aston Y, who sits third.
Quickly, everything getting shuffled, absolutely. And Chandler gonna want to figure out the best way possible to make this move. Remember, last race had some interesting moments to say the very least. That in turn ended up seeing Wyatt the one with the win after a wild stretch of battling up in that one. Now it's the question, Can Wyatt find himself back in the conversation again? Already is in third, and already has his battle partner, so to speak, in fifth in this pack already.
We'll keep an eye on it here. The top five with Levi Meter, with Sawyer Chambers, Austin Wyatt, they're now fully connected to the two Iron Rock Motorsports. Tony Kart's up at the front, and Wyatt looking to split him up in a turn number 10. Not going to work for Wyatt. Had a look down low. Doesn't come into fruition for him. And then further back, Tyron Kemper Jr., another one of the Reed Motorsports CRGs, joining the mix.
Yeah, look at that slow up, though, once again. And you can tell that might be almost a little bit too big of a gap, per se. It might be getting interesting to see if that closes up pretty quick. But Wyatt amongst those through. That's a little bit of a bad run, though. That will see Chandler immediately get shuffled at multiple spots with that poor line.
Yeah, and a disastrous two corners there for Chandler to just get shuffled back. Again, in the lead pack, realistically, with his teammate and Clayton Styles right ahead of him. One move, attempt, if you will, in a turn number 10, shuffled everybody to just go by. And Austin Wyatt was the one who really started that, right? Got himself to the bottom of the racetrack, turn 14, and brought everybody with him, which shuffled Chandler down the order and outside of the top five. He's now got Geary right behind him and Orbezo with him right there as well in the second group. But this right here on your screen, battle for the lead, and you can see just on the bottom there, battle for second for the second pack, as we have a change up front. Austin Wyatt, turn number 10, Sawyer Chambers. Both of them are clear to first and second.
Done for Wyatt to get to the point. Remember, Wyatt, when it came to some of the races earlier in the year, was on the podium in the winter warm-up. Has definitely warmed up to his momentous speed today. Your thoughts on Wyatt? Because so far today, in both the races we've seen, he's been uber aggressive in heat number 2, but it's been working for him so far.
I mean, he's been great, right? You look at Cade Jr., maybe he was a little bit patient with him there. And maybe just getting a word out of his coach, Martin Kremers, this weekend to just go a little bit sooner, to make those moves, make them happen. And you're seeing that out of him, right? Just driving, really hungry here in 2:06 Junior. That being said, he's back clear for second. And you had two guys on the inside of turn number 1 looking to go by on Austin Wyatt. And for him to respond like that shows it's a little bit of a different mentality, a switch in mindset, if you will, when you come back to this next junior class, because of how the first one ended up in Cade Jr. while you were in that lead pack, being patient, and now making moves like this, making decisive ones. That's what's important out of Wyatt here. In a turn number 10, he gets himself back to the point.
Nice and decisive, nice and done. Up to the lead again. We only have less than 90 seconds to go on the clock once again. That's how quick these heats seem to go here. But the musical chairs is going to be, which driver do you go with? And you see right now, some of these teammates are starting to at least sync up. That's why you see the moves to the inside.
There you go with Alex Chandler, Nico Orbezo in lockstep, going by on Levi Meter. Dean Geary now brought right back into play. And these front runners, again, we saw a change further back, but no change in between Chambers and Austin Wyatt. This pack, so many of them, so much talent. All the way back to Kemper Jr. 8 drivers really within a shot here, Justin.
Yeah, the wild thing is, for Kemper Jr.'s speed we've seen in his air class today, it's been a quiet race when it comes to the 206 pack. His KA, he's been absolutely quick on to battle for those leads. Today, hasn't been able to find the positions, but let's talk about positions changing here. More changes per second for a moment. Didn't stick. Good response back by Chambers. Had the better momentum off the corner.
And that's good for Wyatt, right? If anything, that little bit of movement is going to give him just a little bit of more breathing room on this back straightaway. The gap's going to close down, but maybe not as quickly as it would have. It's now closed, and Wyatt's going to get left high and dry as Chambers goes through. Styles goes by. Chandler gets clear. Now Meter looking to go by on Orbezo. They're side by side for the 5th spot. And already Styles looking to hold off with 2 to go. Chandler now finds an open door. He's going to walk right through it. Clear for the lead. Styles in second.
Still not done. Look at the defensive maneuvers for Wyatt. Try to cut to the inside to block that off. Gonna have to be careful with that. Right now, though, It's Chandler in well command, and we know Alex Chandler has been smart on his moves all weekend. They're still battling for 5th, 6th, and 7th onwards, but with Chandler has a chance to work with Styles or get passed by Styles. They've built a small buffer between the three of them for the final lap and a half. Here we go for the lead again.
Clayton Styles at the inside of turn number 10. He's by on Chandler. Chambers wanted to follow. No way for him to get clear. And with that move, it's brought Aston Wyatt back. Nico Orbezo's right there. Dean Guerrier's there as well. And the rest of the pack looking to close in as now we're going to go side by side on the backstretch. Chandler's to the bottom. Styles now, the one left on the outside. In the top 4, I should say, second back to 5th, we're able to get clear on the leader. And now white flag in the air. Chandler leads, but for how long? As Orbezo opens up, looking to set up a crossover. Does he get 3 for 1? We haven't seen it yet this weekend, and we're not gonna see it. As Orbezo only getting himself side by side with second, and Chambers now going into turn number 5. Chandler still leads. Orbezo clear for second.
Houston, Texas-based driver trying to hold on. Right now, Chandler gonna have a lot of pressure behind. Orbezo, uber aggressive on another recovery. We already seen one of those today after getting shuffled from the front to the back. Where does Orbezo go is the question. Does he take it this time? No, covered off on the inside. Orbezo will need the run up to 15 to set it up. They're getting elbows up behind.
Styles taking evasive action into the grass and up and over the curb. This time by on the back straightaway. Chandler's kind of pinched every single apex here. And Orbezo's gonna follow him to the low side. He's not gonna open up. He's gonna allow a familiar face to keep it out in front. Chandler, with the help of his teammate, and Orbezo is gonna get it done in heat race number 2, or will he? Orbezo wants it for himself to the line. Chandler holds on by 0.05 of a second. It's a 1-2 for Iron Rock. I'm sure Charlie Swain's gonna be happy with that one. But what a race, these juniors, goodness, have they delivered today, Justin?
They definitely have. It's been entertaining to say the very least when it comes to their groupings. Entertaining battles, but in the end, Chandler, I think, played this, again, a smart race to situate himself up at the front. Now we get ready for the fireworks to end off the day. Remember the fireworks KA Senior? We're about to see him again here on the other side of this KA Senior coming up on Kart Chaser.
Gee, looks like we're missing an engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You're gonna make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter.
Well, it's time to close off the Saturday of round number 2 here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Live from down in the bayou in Louisiana at NOLA Motorsports Park. And how about one of the most exciting classes to watch here this weekend. The KA seniors, a little over the edge, if you will, in heat race number 1. We'll see what they give us for the second round of heat racing action. Juan Jose Paramo getting ready to lead us to the green flag. This is all brought to you by Kart CRG USA. Juan Paramo, Fabio Orslon, Peyton Phillips, Jose Carlos Hernandez, Landon Skinner, and more. A very talented one to watch. But the fences are lined. All eyes on these senior drivers as they get ready to close off the day. And they're going to have to wait for one more lap here, Justin.
Yeah, they weren't doubled up, I noticed, at all until right along the straightaway. Remember, the commitment line where they have to be essentially getting ready to double is coming up to the world's ramp. And they weren't set up even close. They're going to have to take that cut through and get gathered up properly if they want to take the green this time.
Yeah, and Peyton Phillips just kind of sneaks ahead of Juan Jose Paramo, getting ready to get things started. The second time around, and it's going to be close whether all of them get there in time. It's close if they will. Yeah, I'm at a crawl, and no. Paramo's asking why, but he's going too fast. The back of the field don't have enough time to close in.
Again, I don't think they're doubling up quick enough. And also, in the circumstance, when you have gaps like that in the heart of the pack, it's hard to get a fair launch. And you can always see, we got to slow it down this time. Let's try a crawl and do this properly this time.
And you see team owner there on the national side for Orslon Racing, Fabio Orslon, telling his driver to slow down.
Looks like they got the message this time. It looks like they should start to double up pretty quickly here. And this time, mostly everybody is lined up. Now it's just get double file. No, they're going to single, in fact, I think, here.
They're going to go double here. They have to. Peyton Phillips waving at somebody. But here we go. This one looks a lot better. As one of them bogging down towards the back of the pack. Green flag flies. We're underway in KA Senior. And that's the driver. That's Mac Parks, who's out before this one even gets going.
Just like that, chaos reigns, and just like that as well, Paramo, Munstos just trying to think where they can go, as you would expect with the bogged down start from Phillips, already shuffled to the back end of the top 5.
And Landon Skinner got a good jump off the line. Put his Trackside Karting Services GFC to the bottom, looking to go for second, and he was able to get the move that time by. A pass for third and a pass for the lead. Landon Skinner able to work his way by on Paramo. That's a change up front. First time Skinner's going to lead us away. With Jose Carlos back in third, Orslon back to Phillips.
And you have to say for Skinner, this race and this weekend, so important for him to stay out of trouble. He'll fall back to second for now with the pass back. But last time out, it was a DNF for Skinner to start off the season. That's your drop right there. And then, so Skinner, with a good weekend, can get himself right back in the conversation. Good pass there.
Yeah, pass or B pass here. And again, the tone was set from heat race number 1, right, of what these drivers were expecting to see throughout the racing action. And you saw it there. Skinner was passed by Paramo. Skinner wanted no part of it, went right back into turn number 1. And Jose Carlos followed him through to go by on Paramo. So Hernandez now the driver in second, looking for the lead in turn number 8. He's got it. And Skinner looking to respond. They're side by side going into the chicane. Skinner's into the side of Jose Carlos. And Skinner bogging all the way down. He's going to get swallowed by the field. Hernandez got shuffled as well. And the driver in the lead now is Paramo.
Wow, that is absolutely stunning yet again. It's similar to what happened with Paramo to get the lead in the first place to end the last race. That time, no major calamity from it. Everyone survives, but Hernandez in particular looking for the charge up yet again and will immediately go back on the attack.
And now 3 Orslans lead this field. And Fabio Orslon in third, Jose Carlos in second, Paramo in first. And Peyton Phillips, the driver, in fourth with Roussel, who I'm sure is going to want some redemption here in heat race number 2 after how the first one ended. He's currently sitting in fifth with a couple of more well on their way. Rodrigo Poloya, how about this rookie working his way inside of the top 10? As now, a little bit of action. Orslon looking to go on the inside of Paramo. No way by. But a good race thus far. Talk about the rookie of Poloya to put himself inside of the top 10 in a KA senior field that's so competitive this year. What a result out of that kid in his second start in KA senior racing action on the regional side of things. This time by on the backstretch. Jose Carlos gets himself to the lead. And Paramo all out of shape as he goes up and over the curb on the exit of turn 15. And now Bailey on Dunlap. As Orslon looking to go by on Paramo, Phillips follows him through.
Good bounce back for Phillips after the launch we've seen from the outside originally. But we'll say Phillips looks to be having a long run. Right now, on his pace last time by, he was in the 105.7s. The leaders were a little bit quicker, but the average compared to everyone else was up to 3/10 on the initial charge. So Phillips absolutely is getting a long run together set up here. It's can he sustain it, though, to have an opportunity here with already the time blistering away.
Yeah, it's really not going to hold much longer for Jose Carlos Hernandez. I think the best bet for him is that Orslon's right behind him. In the second spot, Phillips just kind of pointing him forward. Get on with it. But again, it was no surprise to see Fabio go through on Paramo and Peyton as well, right? Whenever you're in this lead pack, you really can't afford to make mistakes. And you saw it there out of Paramo as Orslon's going to drive down on Phillips, who's looking for a way by. Fabio saw him coming, wanted to close the door, and he did just that, as now Roussel goes by on Paramo.
Almost melting around that attempt like a cat tries to squeeze through the door itself, able to hold on Phillips to third, but look who's up there. Roussel is already on the prowl too amongst that top 5 grouping. Lead is starting to separate. Hernandez got an advantage from all that squabbling. That's going to help him.
You know, Phillips is going to have another try at it as Roussel doesn't even want to give Paramo a thought of going by, and he's going to bog them all down. Dunlap's right there. Gage Paley's in line. Poloya's there as well, who's been shuffled down the order this time.
See how some of the drivers are trying to get a little bit lower, stay aerodynamic. Look at that send off for fourth again. Yet again, Roussel gets passed on by. Not done yet. Phillips amongst those trying to hold on. Coming up to the final time. They all trying to block around. It's getting wild back there.
And deep on the brakes for Paramo. He's holding up Roussel here. Now Phillips going to have another try on Fabio Orslon looking to go. And Paramo and Roussel just continue. This time, turn number 5. Paramo stays back in 5th. Roussel holds on. It's just been elbows out, right? Very nitty-gritty racing. And now Bailey taking advantage of everything going on in front of him. He's going to go through in turn number 8. Give Roussel a little bit of breathing room. Both of them under Trackside Karting Services for the 2026 season. As this one draws to a close, turn 14. Jose Carlos looking to recover a good result to close off the Saturday that did not start the way that he would have wanted. Look over the shoulder. Orslon looking to go for the lead. Inside and clear. Fabio catches his driver by surprise and is going to steal a win in heat racing action. He's fired up about that. Fabio Orslon gets it done. Jose Carlos in second and Peyton Phillips across the line in third.
Nicely done on the move, and you can see on the lower right-hand corner the team is saying, well done, boss, well done. In terms of that pass attempt, the team won 2, though, I think is what they're also going to be smiling about in this heat.
Yeah, they're going to be fired up. Fabio's going to be fired up that he's been able to beat up on these youngsters all weekend long. What a drive there out of Flavio. And what a good day of racing action so far today. A return here at NOLA Motorsports Park after last year and a couple of years consistently coming back to this venue that has treated us so well and provided some great racing action. That's it for our coverage here today, Justin. First of all, welcome back to you to the Texas regional scene. Closing thoughts on the Saturday.
Some wild moments, to say the very least, for some of the passes. It's been all weekend long. Aggressiveness we've seen up in 15, but also popping up in 10. It's provided some phenomenal battles over the course of this weekend so far. My question will be, when you get by the time to the finals, how will we see the true pace of these cards go? Because you go from 6 up to about 15 minutes for the finals.
Yeah, we'll see how it all ends up. Tomorrow is decision day. Tomorrow is main event racing action. For myself, Caleb Yeska, from Justin Prince, from everybody at the Texman Racing Series, and everybody here at Kart Chaser, we thank you for joining us. There's still more action. We're 4 wide this weekend. The AMB Grand National XRD Pro Shootout is also coming up tonight. You'll be joining us for that. But from us here in New Orleans, we wish you a good night.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.
But I got hair. We got a mullet, so. Yeah, that'll do it. Ready, Victor? I'm just gonna push you back. I'm gonna whip you pretty hard when you get down this. So watch your ribs, okay? Yeah. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Everything inside, you might get. Grab the front and turn and then.
Well, the action continues here from New Orleans as we get ready to go racing with the last race of the day. This rally race, if you will, that we again started doing something fun here at TSRS, giving some gifts out. And Wilton in here with Brittany Lobo giving the last little bits of instruction. Well, here we go. And this is all for a free cart stand. Everybody teamed up. They have to get through the tram lines. The second teammate here, Justin, waiting for them on the other side.
It's all about coordination, making sure.
Derek War goes into the grass, and it looks like the team out of Louisiana of Dax Knockin and his teammate are going to win the free cart stand.
You know, the funny thing, I was watching them as they're on the scale. They had 5 different items originally, that winning cart. Then they're like, you're at 200. Take one thing off. 190. Take a blanket off. 185. Take another thing off. 90. And then you're all set to go to strap it down. And guess what? His strategy worked.
They had a lot on there. Dex Knockin and teammate representing Reed Motorsports are going to win the free cart stand here. Win at home. How about the Louisiana-based camp getting it done? This is all part of the fun here at TSRS. That actually now concludes our coverage from the Saturday. The last little bit of fun racing action there. That was quick. It went by. It looked like Wargo was going to win that, put himself in the grass. Good thing he's a lot better inside of the go-kart.
I think that's the main thing, absolutely. It's about fun. Yes, you like a kart stand, but sometimes it's about trying something a bit different.
Well, there you go. That closes the book on Saturday. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.